à l'industrialisation et au développement des exportations. Mesdames et messieurs, l'accord de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine introduira des perturbations socio-économiques, notamment des pertes fiscales, des impacts négatifs sur des secteurs industriels, les entreprises et les chaînes d'approvisionnement, des pertes d'emplois, etc. Conformément aux décisions des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Union africaine, Afreximbank et le secrétariat ont mis en place le fonds d'ajustement de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. D'un montant global de 10 milliards de dollars, le fonds devrait aider les pays à s'adapter au nouveau contexte de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, soutenir le développement d'infrastructures propices au commerce, préparer les États parties et les entreprises à améliorer leur compétitivité afin de participer au nouveau régime commercial et profiter des opportunités offertes par le marché continental unique dans le cadre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Afreximbank a déjà mis 1 milliard de dollars à la disposition du fonds d'ajustement et continue à travailler avec le secrétariat pour mobiliser des fonds supplémentaires. En Afrique, nous faisons face également aux coûts et frais de transfert lors des transactions commerciales intra-africaines. En partenariat avec la Commission de l'Union africaine et le secrétariat de la ZLECAf, Afreximbank a lancé le système panafricain de paiement et de règlement, PAPS, pour permettre d'effectuer des paiements intra-africains en devise nationale. Le PAPS, soutenu par une facilité de règlement de 3 milliards de dollars d'Afreximbank, constitue la base sur laquelle émergeront les monnaies africaines fortes et convertibles demain. Pour booster le commerce, les communautés africaines des affaires ont besoin de plateformes, de rencontres et d'échanges. Je tiens à saluer la création et la tenue de la foire commerciale intra-africaine qui a déjà connu 2 éditions, et celle du Forum d'affaires de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, dont la première édition s'est tenue les 28 et 29 avril dernier au Cap en Afrique du Sud. Les éditions de toutes ces plateformes ont connu un franc succès. Au regard des résultats enregistrés, de la détermination des parties prenantes, notamment le secrétariat de la ZLECAf et Afreximbank, du ferme engagement à tous les niveaux, nous pouvons conclure que nous sommes sur la bonne voie. Mesdames et messieurs, dans mon rapport au chef d'État et de gouvernement de l'Union africaine lors de la session extraordinaire du 25 novembre 2022, j'ai insisté sur l'urgence de travailler dans le sens de l'amélioration de la performance et de la fluidité des corridors existants, de la création de corridors maritimes et de la transformation des routes, notamment transsahariennes, en véritables corridors de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine afin d'assurer la connexion entre l'Afrique du Nord et l'Afrique au sud du Sahara. Les voies de communication sont nécessaires pour assurer la libre circulation des personnes et des marchandises ainsi que des services. À l'heure où presque partout dans le monde, la distance n'est plus un obstacle à la fluidité des échanges, l'Afrique demeure le seul continent où, par manque d'infrastructures, les échanges commerciaux sont extrêmement faibles. À cette occasion, j'avais recommandé aux chefs d'État et de gouvernement la tenue d'un sommet extraordinaire sur le développement des infrastructures en Afrique. Infrastructures routières, ferroviaires, énergétiques, numériques, aéroportuaires et portuaires. Ces infrastructures constituent des instruments décisifs d'accélération de la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, des instruments qui permettront de réaliser la vision et de construire la prospérité du continent. Leur financement, comme le financement du développement en général, nécessitera des réformes profondes, notamment celle de l'architecture financière internationale. Je suis sûr qu'Afreximbank contribuera à cette réflexion. Je l'y encourage, je la félicite pour le travail déjà abattu, comme je félicite le secrétaire général de la ZLECAf pour ses efforts soutenus en vue de l'opérationnalisation de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, la zone d'échange, comme cela a été dit, la plus vaste du monde. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Another round of applause, please, for His Excellency, the former President of Niger and the AFCFTA champion, Mamadou Issoufou, His Excellency. The AFCFTA, to be realized, is going to take bold action. It's going to take ambition. A man that really embodies the entrepreneurial zeal and the possibility within the business world that is sort of embedded within the AFCFTA is a man you all know, and is the first person I think that comes to mind, the chairman of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, and he's here with us today. If I could just ask him to rise. Aliko Dangote. Now, Your Excellency, thank you for setting the scene, really, for the first discussion of this AGM. Now, the African Union has designated 2023 as the year of the acceleration of AFCFTA implementation. And this session is called Turbocharging Implementation of the AFCFTA. We've got a great panel, and we also have a great moderator who will introduce them. Please welcome to the stage the Editor-in-Chief of CNBC Africa, Godfrey Mutizwa.
Good morning, or should I say good afternoon. So I'm still stuck on whether I'm still on my Johannesburg time or I should transition to Accra time. I'm trying. So I'll say both good morning and good afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time, for your attention, for your presence here. At CNBC Africa, we tell African stories, and this is one of the great stories of our time. There's no question about that. For those of you who are impatient with the implementation of Africa's historic African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, let me remind you, it's been about 2.5 years. That's 900.5 days to the end of the month. May I ask you to contrast that with the European Union and their Unity Project, or the North American Free Trade Area, or should we talk about ASEAN? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a baby. But the good news is that our baby isn't a complacent baby. Our baby is an extremely active baby. And on top of that, we're going to turbocharge our baby. Welcome to the first plenary session of the 2023 Afreximbank annual meetings, which is a special gathering this year, because this baby is also 30 years old. It is a happy, hearty anniversary, and a special thanks to the forefathers. I think it was October 1993 in Abuja that they set their foresight, foretold that as Africans we needed to have our own goods, sit on our shelves, and to feed ourselves and nourish our people. And for that, we needed Afreximbank. And it also gives me great pleasure to say, President Obasanjo, we salute you for your vision, for your foresight. Allow me to introduce our panel for our discussion today. May I call upon His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining, the African Union. Ms. Flori Liza, President and CEO of Corporate Council on Africa. Dr. Asmani Asfour, President, African Business Council. And last but not least, Otunbani Adebayo, former Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment from Nigeria. Before we start, we're going to introduce to you a speech by Pamela Cook-Hamilton, Executive Director, the International Trade Center. Please listen in.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency Professor Orama, let me start by expressing my heartfelt appreciation to you for extending this gracious invitation and for the long-standing close partnership that has flourished between our two organizations. It's an honor to address this esteemed gathering at the Afreximbank annual general meetings. Let me take a moment to congratulate the bank for the 30 years dedication to Africa's regional integration process and to acknowledge the remarkable work that Afreximbank has done in undertaking to support the growing African business sector. This commitment to private sector development and particularly to enterprise competitiveness is a shared value between our organizations, and we recognize the immense importance of empowering and enabling these enterprises, particularly the MSMEs, to thrive in the global marketplace. Under your visionary leadership, Mr. President, Afreximbank has become a beacon of hope and support for businesses and the entire private sector across Africa, specifically now under the AFCFTA. Since assuming office, you have brought about significant change and progress, particularly in fostering closer ties between Africa and the Caribbean, my home region. The first ever Africa-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum in Barbados in September 2022 was a remarkable success in building bridges and opening doors, and ITC is proud to have been a partner in this journey. This effort has strengthened regional integration, created new opportunities, and kick-started a new promising era of economic cooperation between these regions. You continue to have ITC's full support to transform African-Caribbean trade and investment for shared prosperity. ITC is also partnering with Afreximbank through a corporate initiative to empower and enable MSMEs under the AFCFTA called One Trade Africa. A key achievement of our joint actions has been the development of capacity building programs that have proven instrumental in equipping African businesses with the necessary skills and knowledge to thrive in international trade. Let me highlight our joint How to Export with the AFCFTA training program, which has empowered over 6,000 MSMEs through our free online curriculum. These MSMEs form the backbone of economies in Africa and must be supported to take advantage of new market opportunities offered by the AFCFTA. Together, we have also partnered with business support organizations in 15 countries to deliver deep dive national AFCFTA training workshops tailored to the national context. Our institutions have collaborated at the policy level to support South Sudan's national export and investment strategy, a 5-year plan with 9 priority sectors. This strategy aims to boost trade and investment through strategic planning, government support, and private sector leadership. In the African Union Year of AFCFTA Acceleration, we look forward to advancing our private sector-driven cooperation to support businesses and MSMEs to participate in transformation of intra-African trade. Let me take this opportunity to applaud Afreximbank's vision and foresight in convening the flagship intra-African trade fairs. These fairs have created the largest single marketplace in Africa, connecting thousands of businesses and MSMEs. ITC is fully committed to making the third edition of the IATF in Cairo a success. We have already started to train, mentor, and coach small businesses from across the continent to be ready to pitch trade and do businesses at trade fair. Together in Cairo, we will also convene a dedicated MSME masterclass on how to export and invest under the AFCFTA. This year, I also look forward to launching the first ever Pan-African Fashion Designers Cooperative with you at the Creative Africa Nexus Summit. This important initiative will provide designers in Africa with resources, services, and a collective voice to help each other and the industry. Critically, we look forward to working with the bank on the development of priority continental value chains, such as automotives, pharmaceuticals, and cotton textile. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let me reiterate my deepest appreciation to Your Excellency Professor Orama for his exceptional leadership, and to the entire Afreximbank senior management teams. The International Trade Center remains committed to our partnership with Afreximbank, working hand in hand to achieve our shared goals of promoting economic growth, fostering regional integration, and creating opportunities for all. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pamela Cook-Hamilton, Executive Director, International Trade Center. I think we should call her an African champion, there's no question about it, on the work that she's doing around the continent and ensuring that we carry this vision forward. I wanted at the outset to spell out what is expected out of this session, so that at the end, if we have not done our job, I will not be paid. I promise you that. This session is expected to reflect on the slow progress that we have seen in trying to drive forward the AFCFTA from that momentous moment on January 1, 2021. We are supposed to learn and reflect on the key lessons that have come through the past 2.5 years and what we can do about it as a result of those lessons. Remember to reiterate the importance of the AFCFTA in ensuring that we diversify African economies and we see the economic integration of Africa. And lastly, but not least, we want to explore the importance of strengthening public-private partnerships. Or put simply, we want to explore options and ensuring that the private sector is driving this process, and it is happening on the African continent. So I'm going to begin by talking politics with Commissioner Muchanga. Commissioner, when you and your colleagues sat and gave us the vision and you gave us the platform to act, I want to know if we have achieved the milestones, the targets that you set out at the beginning to where we are today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I answer that question, let me join the earlier speakers in congratulating very warmly the African Export-Import Bank for attaining 30 years, 30 progressive years of existence with very substantial delivery to the development of Africa. I say so also with a personal note of satisfaction. In March 2018, assisted by my then principal advisor, Babajide Sodipo, I opened the doors for the African Continental Free Trade Area, rather, for the African Export-Import Bank to enter the policy organs of the African Union system. And since then, they are part of us, as seen by the flag here. Now, this is something which really needs to be looked at in terms of the issues emerging. The theme for this year is accelerated implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. And the theme now is turbocharging implementation of the agreement. And one of your opening statements was that there has been slow progress. And the earlier director of ceremony indicated that there is need for boldness and high ambition. And maybe I can add that visible results. Now, if you talk to some people, they give a qualification. If the African Continental Free Trade Area succeeds, the key word there is if, which suggests that in their minds, they are not very, very, very sure. And again, if you take survey results from the African Export-Import Bank, the International Trade Center, the Economic Commission for Africa, who are here, the message that comes out, and this is a survey of the African private sector's knowledge of the African Continental Free Trade Area. You take all these three survey results, and they've been doing that since 2021. Less than 50% of the African private sector understand the African Continental Free Trade Area. The next stage is that, as we are talking now, it's very, very, very difficult for one to say, these are the results, statistical results, of the contribution of the African Continental Free Trade Area to the growth of intra-African trade. So against that background, I would go with those who say, yes, maybe we need to give more energy to the process of implementation. And I'll come back to that later in the discussion so that I don't monopolize the floor. The issue of the role of the Council of Ministers, leadership. There's a role for them to play to ensure that it's turbocharged. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. If you were to reflect just a little bit on some of those key holdups in terms of achieving the targets that you wanted, what would you identify those are? I don't know. I can just maybe give us a couple.
Okay, now to give that a context, the former president of Niger is sitting right in front of me. The heads of state and government, when they rolled out the roadmap for the negotiation of the agreement establishing, that time it was called the Continental Free Trade Area, would not add the term African. They gave a deadline of December 2017. And when we met in Niger in December 2017, the chief negotiators were saying we cannot conclude the agreement. We still need some more time. And I said, I cannot go beyond the deadline issued by the heads of state and government. And two, if I allow that, it's going to reduce momentum. So I went to His Excellency the President and said, Your Excellency, this is the state of affairs. My recommendation is that when you address the ministers, African ministers of trade, you inform them very directly that you want them to sit on their own as ministers and look at all the brackets which are outstanding. And before they leave Niger, they should come and give you a concrete result. And that meeting should be restricted to only delegations with ministers. His Excellency accepted that recommendation. And we got a room, and my then principal advisor, Babajide Sodifo, was the gate man. He ensured that only ministers attended that meeting, plus the chairperson of the chief negotiators. Within 3 hours, all the brackets were removed. They were all removed. We went to the plenary, and I expected some sort of war to emerge. And indeed, there was a war. Some of the delegations were saying, what you did is to undermine the principle of sovereign equality of states. Others were pointing fingers at me. We are going to report you to our ministers. And I replied, I said, the principle of sovereign equality of states should be measured. There is also a sovereign obligation to exercise that principle of sovereign equality. Each member state is obliged to bring delegates of equal rank to the meetings that are taking place. If it's a ministerial meeting, there should be ministers. Chief negotiators, there should be chief negotiators. Similar for experts. There are some delegations which come. They start as senior experts, they are chief negotiators, they are ministers. That is not an obligation of sovereign equality. And for those of you who want to report me, feel free. And they did. And some of the ministers said, when we met them on the 12th ministerial meeting of the WTO in Argentina, my brother, my chief negotiator, came to report on what happened in Niger. And I told him what the commissioner did is right. If I was in his shoes, I would do exactly the same, because we have an historic obligation to conclude the negotiations.
Sure.
And others, because these are things we need to know. Others said, Commissioner, you write a letter to the chairperson, to the champion, saying what was agreed in Niger is null and void. I said, no. I do not report to one member state. I report to the collective whole. And at the end of the day, all those who are resisting accepted, and 18th March, we signed the agreement. So if now you see a situation where there is resistance, you need to use political instinct and say, politically, how do we move out of this logjam?
Yeah.
Logjam. If you don't do that, you stall.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Commissioner, for those insights. And I'm wondering, as I sit here, if one of those ministers who was in this cauldron is sitting here beside us.
From Nigeria, there was a lady minister. From Ghana, Alan, Minister Alan. From South Africa, I don't know if he's from here, Minister Patel. I don't know if they are here.
Thank you. Thank you. So it gives me an opportunity to come to former Minister Adebayo and ask the question. I think the Commissioner has been very frank. I think one of the things that we have said about the AfCFTA has been the political commitment, which has been absolutely unwavering. But I think inside, we see that inside that political commitment, there are also very key things that are considered by the technical people that they have to deal with. I want the insight of the former Minister of Trade from Nigeria to weigh in, number one, on those things that have held us, and perhaps you can pick up on a few things that the Commissioner has said. We have a few minutes, so I'll hurry you up a little bit.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I think one of the problems that we have had is the fact that each country has wanted to project their own interest over and beyond the collective interest. We find that when we meet, each of our colleagues always pushing the individual interests of their country. The Secretary General has had a very, very difficult time putting us all in line, because whenever we meet, like I said, individual interests come to the fore. For instance, we do recognize that this is an agreement, this is something that has to work for the benefit of all Nigerians. But I think, luckily I'm no longer an official minister, so I think I can speak a bit freely without getting into trouble. I think the major problem that we have had is the individual interests that we have been projecting for our countries. For instance, when we were talking about automotives, for instance, for example, we looked at it, and every country in Africa wants to assemble motor vehicles.
Yeah.
Every country cannot assemble motor vehicles. So we try to sit down and look at a way by which we say, let us decide that, say, 4 or 5 countries will do the assembling of motor vehicles. We will look at other countries, and they will do the components that will go into the motor vehicles as a way of compensating them so that they add value to what is being done. But even at that, to arrive at the number of countries, and those countries that will be the ones to produce the motor vehicles, is a problem, because every country is insistent that they are the ones that want to do that thing. So we have a major problem in that regard. I think going forward, a lot of work has to be done by the heads of state, and that because the original initiative is from the heads of state, they have looked at it. It is a dream that they have, that we should have a single African market, such that there's intra-trade between all the countries in Africa. So I believe that they should impress it more on the officials to look at the bigger picture as opposed to the smaller picture. Like I said, we have countries trying to protect their own turf.
Yes.
We have regional bodies, the ECOWASs, the different regional bodies as well. And these are all areas that have interests that are ingrained.
Yeah.
So I think we have to get our mindset out of what we are used to and look at the bigger picture and see how we can actually make
So we need to turbocharge the politics again, like we did at the beginning.
Indeed, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Dr. Asfo, I'm coming to you as a close, keen observer of the process that the politicians have been driving. And I have to recognize that in this instance, they have been far, far faster, I think in many cases, than business. But you have a closer view than me, your observations.
So thank you very much. Let me first congratulate Afreximbank for 30 years of very, very, very strong support to the private sector, actually. So as Africa Business Council, established by the Heads of State Decision Summit to be the voice of the African private sector, our competitive founding vision is a competitive, borderless, innovative Africa for trade, investment, and industrialization. And our membership includes all the RECs, business councils, chambers of commerce, private sector federations, union of industries, manufacturing associations, big corporates, SMEs, women entrepreneurs, and youth entrepreneurs. So our take for the ACFTA, Africa Content Free Trade Area is really our flagship for Africa's prosperity. That's why we really envisage it. But how can we do it, and how can we reach there?
Yep.
For the private sector, we see that our strategy is embedded in 3 pillars, 3 Ps. Private sector empowerment, policy advocacy, and product developments. When we're talking about policy advocacy, we need the governments to have incentives for the African private sector. When my investors, the Africa private sector, want to invest in a project, they would need really preferential treatment. They would need incentives. They would need enabling environment for the investment within the African continent. His Excellency, the champion of ACFTA, in Niger, there is a lot of cattle, while there is no dairy products manufacturing. Milk is still imported from France. We need to see, if I bring the investors within Niger to invest, what are the enabling environment? How we can make incentives for our African investors? On another note, if we talk about healthcare industry, you know that in Africa, 80% are dying from cancer compared to 24% from the Western world, because there is no investment in healthcare industry, in early diagnosis and treatment for cancer. My sister Nardos here is working very hard for the implementation of Africa Leaders for Health. The investors can go and invest, but what is the take from the politicians? How can the public-private sector succeed? And what is the governments really doing for preferring our African private sector? One of the advocacy pillars also we are working on is to have at least 40% of all government procurement goes to African private sector. I cannot imagine that. Right now, we are importing $50 billion per year food from outside the continent, while we have 60% arable land in Africa. In order to invest, we need the private sector.
Absolutely. And in the process, we are weakening our exchange rates because that $50 billion is in foreign exchange, another subject that we need to talk about. But very quickly, 2 points. One, the commissioner referred to a survey, and it's pointing a finger at you. I want your answer to that. Why? How is it possible that the very people who are intended to benefit from the AFCFTA do not know about the AFCFTA? And then secondly, are you pointing a finger at the politicians and saying, yes, you have talked, you have put the policy framework, but you have not done the practical work that enables us to create African goods and trade amongst ourselves?
So thank you very much, because with my first pillar about private sector empowerment, sensitization about ACFTA is very important. Private sector is not homogeneous. We have the big corporates, and we have the SMEs, we have the women entrepreneurs, even we have the rural women across the whole Africa that are trying to sell their own vegetables and friends, and now they don't know about ACFTA. The cross-border women traders, they don't know about ACFTA. We have done several, actually, training programs, and that's when our strategic plan to do training programs and sensitization for the private sector to know about ACFTA, but know also about the investment opportunities. So we have making now a mapping exercise, what's existing on the continent and how we can trade among ourselves. Like, for instance, pharmaceuticals. In Egypt, there is 165 pharmaceutical industry, but still we are importing from India and China. There is 400 manufacturers of medical consumables and supplies, and still importing from India and China. It is very important with reference to awareness, information, private sector. And for the third pillar is about product development. If we talk about trade, what are we going to trade among ourselves? Containers from China or made in Africa product that is quality, value added, standardized, harmonized, and quality.
Sure. So I was hoping that I'd given you an opportunity to talk about the many interviews I've done with you, trying to get the word out about the world, and you mentioning nothing. So I'll remember that in our next conversation. Flori, I made you listen to all of this because your members, the companies that you represent, have got the goods. And you hearing this story, I am wondering if you encountered a situation where you were ready, but you found the frameworks, the platforms for you to be able to get your members to bring in goods to trade on the continent are not as developed as you had hoped after annunciation of the arrival of the AFCFTA.
Well, thank you, and Excellencies, Dr. Rama, it's a pleasure to be here, an honor to be here on behalf of Corporate Council on Africa. The question you asked, I first have to make sure people understand that CCA is composed of both U.S. and African companies, multinationals, as well as SMEs. And I think that because of the unique bringing together of the private sector, both U.S. and African, with African governments, as well as with the U.S. government, CCA has been a long-time proponent of the AFCFTA and of the vision that the leaders of Africa have put in place for putting together what is now going to be one of the largest free trade markets and areas in the world, 1.3 billion people, I think $3.4 trillion economy. And Africa is at a point now where our members, both US and African, but especially the American companies, are asking, what does it mean? How can we take advantage of it? And the message that we are sending is that the AFCFTA it has moved fast and far, and that we really need to applaud the Africans for what they're doing. In terms of the opportunities, obviously, intra-African trade, which I think still stands at about 18%, there are so many ways that Africans, the people, the workers, the companies, can all benefit from AFCFTA. But while you're thinking about the implementation and how it can benefit African companies and African people, we hope that you will also look at how your partners outside of Africa can also come and work with you in a complementary way. So just as an example, American companies for many years U.S. companies are in Africa. People say, where are the American companies? They're here. Many have been here for 40, 50, 60 years and more. But they have had to engage with Africans sort of one country at a time.
Sure.
Yes, and so they're looking for how, under the AFCFTA, they can now have a continental strategy or even a regional strategy and pull the Africans into some of the global value chains, whether it's automobiles or pharmaceuticals. There's just so many opportunities there. So we hope that there'll be more of a chance. I'm looking at my brother Wamkele as they are implementing the current protocols and getting ready to announce some new protocols like the digital trade protocol, that there'll be a chance for your partners outside of Africa to also weigh in and provide some insights on how they would like to work with you, work with the Africans, and take advantage of what's happening here on the continent. There's no continent that has more opportunities now, especially in the post-COVID period, than Africa. And there's no issue that has to be addressed in the world, whether it's climate or food security, name it. There's no continent that is more important than Africa. So this is why I think this is a great time to be looking at AFCFTA, to be looking at the African continent.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm taking your statement, and I'm taking your statement, Africa is a country for me. I know that's a controversial statement for some people, but Africa is a country for me. Before I leave you, so we move on to the next point that I want us to discuss very quickly, is the key lessons of the past 2.5 years. Working with your members, if you were to pass on a message about how we can accelerate the implementation of the AFCFTA, maybe just an idea or a couple of ideas.
Well, you know, the thing is that in every key sector that is important for Africa's economic growth, whether it's in the health sector or in ICT and digital, agribusiness, manufacturing, in every one of those areas, there are so many opportunities. And I think that, you know, your partners are ready to step in and work with you. Dr. Asfour mentioned that Africa has 60% of the world's arable land, yet and still it is importing food. U.S. companies, farmers, and people in the agribusiness sector in the U.S. have some of the technologies and are looking for the kinds of partnerships that they can have in Africa. Obviously, agriculture, agribusiness, food security is a key area. But really, you know, any area you look at, I want to mention one. I remember pre-COVID, people were talking about trying to produce more vaccines here on the continent.
Yes.
And, you know, it was dismissed, to be frank. People were like, there's no way that you're going to be able to produce mRNA vaccines, the most advanced type of vaccines here. But what I'll note is that in the period where the supply chains broke down and where people were looking for new partners and building resiliency into their own supply chains, Africa is the place where they said, okay, now we can partner with companies here on the continent to produce vaccines. And I believe this is happening across many value chains. But I just use that one because 5 years ago, people would have said no way. But today, people are very much focused on that and know that Africa is the place that that can happen.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of work that's happening in South Africa, in Rwanda, as well as here in the West as well.
Yes, Senegal also.
Absolutely. Commissioner, I'm going to make you listen to some more lessons learned. Dr. Asfour, your key lessons that you've picked up in the last 2 years that if you gave to the Commissioner, hopefully he'll be able to implement very quickly and get some things moving.
So thank you very much. First, thanks very much for all the stakeholders and for ACFTA, my brother Wamakili, my brother AU Commissioner, my brother Orama, who is really, my key issue is working all of us together because the private sector cannot work alone. And all the political arena, they cannot do or implement anything with the private sector. Thanks to President Orama, every time we ask him to support the private sector, he is there for us. Even within our strategic plan for sensitization workshops for the ACFTA, he is ready to support. The whole issue is that when my brother Wamakilimini puts the whole engagement strategy of private sector is great, we are all going to work together. That's the whole issue. There is a lot of protocols. Thank you very much for the women and women and youth, for the intellectual property, for the digital trade. All this cannot be done except with all our involvement as the real private sector. And here really, the private sector, as I mentioned, is homogeneous. So we need to empower all our private sector, SMEs, women, youth, for the Africa we want. The Africa we want is a prosperous Africa. It's not about alleviation of poverty. It's not about ending hunger. It's about really prosperous Africa. It's about well-nourished Africa. It's about well-educated Africa. Not like I always say, we want to end hunger. We want to have no illiteracy, no hunger, no poverty. No, why? The private sector is here for you. Not no poverty, wealthy Africa. Not no hunger, but well-nourished. Not illiteracy, but well-educated. This is the Africa we want. My sister, the woman icon, Dr. Dlamini Zuma, under her leadership in African Union, we started the Africa we want, Africa 23 Development Agenda. We want to progress by our real integration. All of us come together, all of us have a role to play, and that's how we go together.
Sounds to me like you are happy, so I'm going to leave you there. But I want to give the former minister an opportunity, since he is now sort of sitting outside the circle a little bit and can speak freely. Just key things that we've picked up over the past 2.5 years that we can take forward and ensure that we are able to turbocharge apart from the politics.
Like I pointed out earlier, thank you very much. Like I pointed out earlier, I think the heads of state should get together and impress it upon their officials, upon their ministers, that we are looking at one Africa, not individual countries. One thing I've noticed, the Western world, the foreign countries outside of Africa, they are looking out for their interests, and they tend to come at each and every one of us individually, trying to give us advantages to take our minds away from what we're trying to do as Africa. We should resist these temptations. We should trade amongst ourselves. Let me give an example. Nigeria, that I come from, we are a net exporter of cement now, thanks to the policies put in place by President Obasanjo when he was president of Nigeria. Nigeria is a net exporter of cement now from being a net importer in the past. Other African countries, rather than buy cement from Nigeria, buy from Europe or buy from outside of Africa. And this goes for a lot of the products produced within Africa. So that's what you were pointing out.
Yes,
so
my brother, whatever on the African soil cannot be brought from outside the continent. That's what we want.
We should, amongst ourselves, increase the level of trade within Africa.
I hear you, and I can tell you I've got a practical example. I remember there was a Ugandan trade delegation that was in South Africa, and we were talking with one young man who had brought his coffee, and I was asking him, how can I get this coffee? He says, I'm so sorry, my brother, I can't give it to you because the coffee you're drinking, most of the coffee you're drinking in South Africa comes from Europe. After European middlemen, that's when it finds itself to Southern Africa. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Commissioner, I've run out of time, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to wrap up, and I'm asking you specifically the issue around collaborating with the private sector, whether we have created strong enough platforms for us to be able to get the most that we can out of the engines of growth, that is the private sector.
I think I'll begin by saying that there has been a demonstration that Africa is a safe destination for investment. During the opening part, Mark Edo saluted Aliko Dangote. He committed $19 billion to invest in a factory, which means that he has confidence in Africa. So what I would like the private sector, African private sector, is that they should have greater confidence in Africa. There's work to be done here and there, but they cannot withhold anymore. They should invest. money is not a problem. Last night I was scrolling on the wealth status of Africa. And the figures that came up is that Africa currently has 23 billionaires and about 328 central millionaires, those $100 million and above. So the money is there. It's the willingness that is not there. Come out of hiding, invest in Africa, invest in Africa, invest in Africa, and Africa will prosper.
Commissioner, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please help me in thanking our panel for an insightful conversation. Final comment from me is that perhaps let's have those very frank conversations about what needs to be done in order to change what we need to be done. And I think I'll take your last point, which is that no African product should go outside Africa and then come back into Africa, i.e. leaving African capital abroad. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your silence. Thank you for your insight. Mark?
Thank you, my brother. Maybe we can have a photo.
I don't know if there's a photo. We can-
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And another warm round of applause, but not just the panelists, but the moderator. Thank you. Thank you, Godfrey. I want to acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency Joseph Sako, AU Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, who's joining us from the AU in Addis. Very welcome. Now I've got a little bit of a treat for you. We've moved the schedule around a little bit, and you'll be pleased to hear about this. Now, last month, Africa's largest oil refinery was opened in Nigeria, in the Lekki Peninsula, if any of you have ever been there. This $20 billion Dangote refinery will not just meet the country's petroleum needs, but it will also offer export surplus to the rest of the continent and beyond. Now, tomorrow, the chairman of Dangote Group will meet Nigeria's new president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I understand from media reports that he's taking a familiar friend along in the guise of Bill Gates. That's tomorrow. Today, he's here with you. Please welcome Aliko Dangote. This is an unexpected treat for me because I wasn't the one supposed to be interviewing you, but God is kind, and I get my opportunity to sit with you again.
I'm always scared of facing you. But
You're always scared. You don't have to be. We've been friends for a long time. This is a happy occasion, 30th anniversary of Afreximbank. Now, as I understand it, Afreximbank was the biggest financier, or at least I think, of the refinery, or certainly one of the biggest. Just in a sort of sum up, what role Afreximbank has played in your story?
Well, thank you very much. I would like to first of all thank President Orama and all the board members for inviting me to come, even though unfortunately I have to rush to Niger because Bill Gates is arriving there this evening, and so there was a mix-up in my this thing. But I think Afreximbank is the most foremost multilateral institution in Africa. And I can tell you, without Afreximbank, there is no way entrepreneurs like us will even grow at all.
Wow. That is a fantastic validation.
Afreximbank actually, they did more than enough. I even said it during my speech. First of all, they believe in what we are doing. That's number one. Number two, they do understand the business. Number three, they know that, yes, it is a must for us to have a refinery in Nigeria or anywhere in Africa, because as we speak today, out of 55 countries in Africa, only 2 countries are not importing fuel.
Wow.
Yes, Algeria, Libya. But the rest are all dependent on traders. But Afreximbank, any time when we had an issue, there was an issue during COVID. Any time when there's an issue, they come up with a big check. I'm not talking about small check, big check. So really, I must thank, President Orama, the board members, the entire management of Afreximbank, because without Afreximbank, actually our dream wouldn't have been, our vision wouldn't have actually come to fruition. So they did a lot. They gave us a lot of advice. When we had issues during COVID, because everything stopped,
Yeah.
Orama himself met with me severally to advise which way forward. And, both himself, the team members, Anil and co, they really, really helped. But it's not only even about our refinery. I can tell you the only bank that normally will put its check on the table if you now go either yes or no. And they're very passionate about actually, building or industrializing Africa. You won't get any money from most institutions. It will take you years to just go on discussing. I know the way business runs is that whatever is good today might not be good tomorrow. So if there is that delay, at the time that they want to give you the money, you might not need the money at all. But with Afreximbank, I think most of our transactions, they don't last more than 3 months.
So they're fast turnarounds.
Fast and prompt. So the relationship has actually been very, very, very good. And I want to personally, thank the president and chairman, the board members for assisting a lot of entrepreneurs like myself in Africa to make sure that they make our dreams come true. Like what I said, I have quite a lot to do, but I feel that, look, without coming here, I'm not going to show my appreciation. So really, Afreximbank, a very big congratulations, and I want to encourage you to keep, doing what you are doing, because really, we are a dumping ground in Africa. And what I keep saying, because we have not really industrialized, we're only exporting, raw materials. So what is happening is that people are actually importing, what's going on is that we're importing poverty and exporting jobs
wealth,
out.
Yes. So it's a mathematical equation that will never make us poor.
We'll never make it, yes. We're
yeah.
saying that, yes, we're going to grow. You take a country like Nigeria, we're saying that, yes, by 2050, Nigeria will be number 3 in terms of population in the world.
Yeah, young people, yeah.
Young people. But then, how many things are we producing? There are not really many things. And this thing is not really very difficult. I can give you a story, for example, like our cement. Okay? If not because, I know that, yes, President Obasanjo was the one that actually mobilized and, have the creation of this, Afreximbank himself and the former president of ADB in DI. And they said that, look, we must have our own. So, Mr. President Obasanjo, I must thank you for having that vision of creating Afreximbank. And, leaders like Obasanjo, President Obasanjo, is that they always look beyond things, and say, okay, fine. Because, for example, President Obasanjo, as at 2002, the entire cement production in Nigeria was less than 2 million tons. And Obasanjo called me that, look, what do we do? How can we, because we cannot allow you guys to just keep importing cement. And I said, Mr. President, okay, maybe I should remove my own personal cap and put Nigeria's cap so I can advise you better. And he called me very early in the morning. I had to fly from Lagos to Abuja. So we now sat down, and he took some of my advice, and now he went and created something which made it now possible for Nigeria, within a period of 10 years, not only to be self-sufficient, No, a major exporter of cement out.
Wow. Now you're talking about vision. Cement, salt, sugar, petrochemicals, flowers. It seems like you've almost built everything that needs to be built. The question is, what mountain is left to climb for Aliko Dangote? You're 65 years old. You still have quite a bit to go.
Yes, you know, our own is not really keep building or keep making money. Our own is that we're actually the face setters. If we keep investing in Africa, believing in our own this, because there's nobody, Americans will not come, or Japanese or whatever, to come and develop our own economy. So we have to do it. So our major job is that we are the drivers, whether good or bad. And if you look at most of the 14 African countries where we are, where they have limestone, we went and debottleneck their cement issues. Let me give you an example. When we went to Zambia, we couldn't even have cement to build a factory. It was very difficult. You know, we went to Ethiopia. I mean, today, if we shut down our factory in Ethiopia, they will run into trouble because the foreigners have no interest in increasing the capacity. They have interest in making more money on a smaller supply.
Yeah.
So really, not only me, other Africans, we must get together, we must assist each other, we must go to banks like Afreximbank and show them what we have so that we can fully industrialize Africa and make sure the AFCTA works.
That was my next question, actually. We have the Secretary General of the AFCFTA who gave a lovely opening gambit about progress so far and his vision for the future. Where are you now in terms of your vision or view of the AFCFTA now after just opening the biggest oil and gas refinery in Africa? What's your view?
I think my view is that we must make sure AFCTA works. And if you look at it, that is the main reason why most of what we have set up in the last 4 or 5 years, you know, with the assistance of, you know, consortium of banks, you know, AFD, you know, African Development Bank, other local commercial bank, and also some other institutions. You know, we now have 3 million tons of urea. And sometimes when I hear African countries looking for fertilizer, I say, but we have a lot. Nigeria produces 6 million tons. And we did all this within the period of 5 years, both ourselves and Indorama. So there's actually enough if it's urea. That's number one. Number two, other countries that they don't have gas or whatever, then they have urea, which we can now freely trade between us. Okay? And then now you have the petroleum product. Petroleum product, we are going to produce, we are going to use 650,000 barrels per day, which is a lot. So it can satisfy the entire, you know, the entire West Africa and some of the Central African countries like Angola and Co. It's a very huge capacity. We have 900,000 tons of polypropylene, and we're doing more of plastics. So this will actually help in terms of, you know, free trade. I remember one time, you know, they organized some, you know, a seminar trying to, at that time, people believed that, yes, we as Dangote, we are not interested in, you know, AFCTA. I said that, no, we are very, very interested.
It wasn't my seminar.
No.
Okay.
Yes, it wasn't. So what I keep saying is that, yes, AFCTA is the greatest idea. It will help to grow all our economies. It will create massive amount of jobs. Most of these youth that we have that are littering around, they will be able to have jobs. But we have to cooperate. We have to make sure that, yeah, things move. I don't want to now be in a position you know, where I used to be, because right now I have the African passport. But the African Union passport allows you to move around, even though there are about 2-3 countries that are not allowing, they are not agreeing up to now. I don't know why. But you see, if I have to get a visa to get into country A as an African, and now we go with a British guy who, or maybe a Nigerian, it has happened to me, a Nigerian holding British passport, he was allowed in, and we're arguing, debating about my visa. And I'm the one, and I'm the one with the money.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
Can you imagine?
So I think what maybe African countries they need to do is that why don't you give Africans visa on arrival? That will facilitate trade.
Yes.
If you are making life difficult for me, there's no way I'll go and invest.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, without mentioning a name, when we're building factories all over, we invested about $620 million in South Africa, actually the biggest African investment. And then a neighboring country, I don't want to mention the name, and they say, okay, fine, come and, actually Angola. They say,
okay, it's Angola.
Come and invest.
Yes, okay.
And I said that, no, I won't invest in Angola because getting even visa was difficult.
Was difficult,
yes.
Yeah.
So, this thing we must free up and make sure that we allow Africans to move in. You can see, okay, fine. Today, when you talk to them, they say, I don't know, it's about security. But then I say, okay, fine. So most of these guys disturbing us in Mali, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, and Co., these guys, they don't have a visa. They don't even need a visa. They come through the land. So if they don't need a visa, why, me that I have money, I want to invest, you are harassing me? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So please, as Africans, we must actually, take this sort of political will in removing all these obstacles. Because, today you look at it, if I ask you today, what do you think is the easiest visa to get today? And they used to be the most difficult.
Rwanda? Saudi
Arabia.
Oh.
But it has actually opened up the economy. The economy is booming. Saudis are making too much money. Hotels that I used to go and pay $500, they are charging almost $2,000 because they are having avalanche of people arriving there. So why don't we even do something? We can say, okay, fine. If you have a visa since we don't trust ourselves in terms of security, you say, okay, fine. If you have a visa of UK or visa of European Union, visa of Canada, visa of America, when you come to Africa, we give you visa. Because those countries must have done all the security checks before they issue a visa. So let us latch behind
That's a clever idea.
But please, since I've seen a lot of our leaders here, what I think we need to do, we need to, first of all, make sure the regional markets, they have to work. The regional markets, they have to work. Because, you see, right now, we're not allowing free trade, but the other side that are working against us, the smugglers, they are having a free trade. Okay, because, you can move goods from Benin, for example, into Nigeria. But those guys, you see them loading rice, loading stuff, and, going through the forest borders that we have. So, the African continent is one of the continents that I think it is a hidden story. It is a story that I believe when you have faith, you invest, you will make quite a lot of money. It's true, there are risks here and there, but there are also a lot of areas of mitigating risk. Once you do your own calculation, then you move in, and definitely the story is good.
I'm going to ask you one last question now, because I said it earlier before, that all this work we're doing is not really for us, it's for our children and our children's children, the next generation of Africans. How do we create 10 more Dangotes? Well, what's your advice for those young African entrepreneurs?
I think the young African entrepreneurs, first of all, there's quite a lot of opportunity. They have to work very hard. It's not that easy. For example, I've been in business today. I don't look it, but I've been in business today for 45 years. So it's been a great journey. You have to be focused. You have to make sure that, yeah, you have a vision and you know exactly where to, go, and make sure we as Africans, we must make sure that we have good local domestic banks. Okay, because if you don't have local domestic banks, you are not going to be given that opportunity to be able to even scale the first hurdle. So you must be, we are all given opportunity. We know we are not born with money, yes, it's true. My my grandfather, was rich, but he didn't, give me just free money to go and, trade. So you need strong financial institutions. And these guys, what they need to do is to now go calm down and make sure that, yes, they have the belief that, yes, things can happen. But it is not overnight. Majority of our youth, they are looking at making things happen the next day.
Patience is required.
Patience is required.
Yeah.
Tenacity is required. And also you have to be, you have to have a vision. You can't just jump into everything. You might not be good in everything.
Do you have to tell yourself, I will not fail, I believe this will succeed? You have to kind of...
You have to, yes, you have to believe in, yes, you have to, and I can tell you, especially with now, there are other modern ways of making money, technology.
You mean technology, fourth industrial revolution?
Technology, revolution, and so many other areas.
And our people are smart.
And our people are very, very smart. They are well educated. And I can tell you, within maybe a period of 10 years with AFCTA and Co, you can even have not only one, you can have maybe, we can create 50 Dangotes. It's not difficult.
But there's only one Dangote, and it's you. So I'm going to ask you to stand up, and I'm going to ask everybody, please give a round of applause to the one and only Aliko Dangote.
Thank you.
Now. Okay, so back to the program at hand. I don't know what that gentleman is shouting, but I just heard the word Dangote, so we'll clap for that. Okay, where are we at? Sorry, just get as we change the furniture around, we're going on to another session now. This session looks at a really important issue. It's called, before I actually continue, I just see Spot in the corner there. I want you to just put your hands together for another legend, the Nobel laureate himself, Professor Wole Soyinka is with us. Now, the next session looks at a very important issue. It looks at, it's called Building Prosperity for Africans, the Challenges of Peace and Security. Your moderator is Omar Ben Yedder, and he is the publisher of IC Publications. You'll know many of the magazines that they produce: Africa Business Magazine, New Africa Magazine, and the Africa Banker Magazine and the Africa Banker Award. So please welcome Omar Ben Yedder of IC Publications, your moderator for this session.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here for the bank's 30th anniversary and for this very important session. So I'm delighted, actually, that the issue of peace and security has been upgraded to the opening of the 30th anniversary of the Afreximbank. I was speaking to the pioneer president a couple of weeks ago for an interview that we will be publishing soon. And he said, actually, so looking back 30 years ago, the situation in Africa was a lot more challenging because there were a lot more issues of peace and security. So there was a lot more instability across the region. Nonetheless, we're seeing new fault lines appear, and we know that the single biggest barrier to trade ultimately is peace and security. Without peace and security, you will not be able to trade. And I think this is a very important issue that the bank wanted to highlight, and that the bank wanted to increase urgency towards dealing with our own peace and security issues. So I'm delighted to be welcoming with me on stage His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia. A round of applause, please. General William E. Ward, former U.S. Army General and the first Commander of United States Africa Command. General, thank you. I've also got General Chris Abutu Garuba, former military observer of the UN Angolan Verification Mission and former Commander, National War College, Federal Republic of Nigeria. And finally, we've got General Dr. Emmanuel Kotia, who is the CEO of the Ghana Boundary Commission and a senior lecturer at the Ghana Command and Staff College, as well as other institutions. Thank you. Thank you, General. Maybe we'll start with you, Excellency. So, as I said, the pioneer president, Mr. Christopher Adodu, said that the situation today in Africa is better than it was 30 years ago, saying that we're seeing new fault lines, we're seeing the emergence of transnational terrorist groups. So what's your reading of the current situation today? Is it better? Are we in control? Or are you worried?
Thank you very much. I would have loved Baba taking this seat with the generals here. But nonetheless, I think I would say the general landscape of security in Africa is worsening rather than improving because we can cite some of the examples now. If you see terrorism and violent extremism, and as well as radicalization in Africa is growing. You know, we have never seen countries like Burkina Faso, Benin, and others could be impacted by terrorist actions, which is an increasing visibility of the terrorists everywhere. Even in the Horn of Africa region where my country is situated, Al-Shabaab has not been declined so far. It's still increasing its impact on the regional security apparatus, and its actions are growing. So I think these are manifestations that show that security in Africa still needs more attention than ever by our leaders in the continent. Besides, recently we are witnessing unprecedented, happenings like unconstitutional change of government, which is happening in the Western Africa region. In only 2 years, there has been coup d'etat in 4 countries, which is contagious in West African countries. But we have seen also this in Horn of Africa, like Sudan, which is the case in point, a long-standing security issues that has not been addressed is troubling Sudan at this time, where you see that the Sudanese issue is becoming very much worrisome. So all this coupled, you see that the security situation in Africa is worsening from time to time. But again, when you see exacerbating issues like climate change in western part of Africa and some in Horn of Africa, you see there is conflict between herders and farmers because of the climate change. And that insecurity is also growing from time to time, and we need to address also those issues outright. Beyond that, you can even see demographic issues are also playing a major role. Africa is a young continent, and the growth of young population is exponentially happening. And if we do not address this issue of demography properly, then I think that is also creating some problems and riots and every other, issues in our continent. So I think, at nutshell, you can say that the security landscape in Africa is worsening, and there are surges of new events that are coming up, which has not been addressed properly. So to me, these all are manifestations. The manifestations of the root problem, which has not been addressed. To me, the main problem in Africa is governance deficit, which has not been addressed. I think a long-standing governance deficit, if it's not addressed, all these manifestations will continue and perpetuate from time to time. So basically, it is about, we're talking about prosperity, but the likelihood of becoming prosperous Africa, as it is set in Agenda 2063, where we want to see Africa we want, which is peaceful with itself and with the global community, and an Africa which is prosperous. But nonetheless, we have a long way to go to address that issue of Agenda 2063 at this moment. So I think this is where it is now as a landscape.
So you've raised many different issues, some that are within our control, some that are outside of our control. But one that is within our control is helping solve regional issues or local issues like Sudan. So recently we've seen a delegation go to Russia and Ukraine to try and mediate there, but we don't seem to see the same urgency or the same effort to deal with some of our own domestic issues, or regional issues, such as in Sudan. So when it comes to Africans and our African institutions, are we seeing enough urgency, enough action to deal with our own problems? We can't outsource development, so we shouldn't be outsourcing our own peace and security.
I think Africa shouldn't always be seen as a junior partner in the global, setting. Africa has to play its role at the global stage as well. So our leaders going to Ukraine and Russia is a responsibility that, as responsible global citizens, Africans also should play their role. But nonetheless, we play this because we have an interest. We should focus on our interest, not on the interest of others. So we do have Agenda 23, as I said. We want to be a peaceful and prosperous Africa. So I think global community play a major role in this regard, and we have to play that role. Of course, it doesn't mean that we have to focus on the global issues, but in the first place, we have to resolve our own issues first. Because what matters is we have to put our house in order before we embark into other issues, which is very much, a burning issue in our continent. So to me, we need to focus internally and solve our own problems internally. Africa is a rich continent. We don't need to beg money for somewhere for our own security. If you see the illicit financial flow, the amount of money that goes to other continents from Africa, I think that is much more bigger than the aid we get from our donors. But the problem of governance, as I said, is a long-standing which has not been addressed, and we should address our own problems within our union, which is a very important union we have, and also respective countries should address this issue. So nonetheless, but we have to play a role at the global setting, and we have to also be getting our own rightful place in the global architecture. So I think this shouldn't be also ignored.
Okay, and we'll get to what geopolitical changes right now are impacting the continent. But maybe I'll go to you, General Ward, if you don't mind. So His Excellency mentioned the issue of transnational terrorism, and but we also, pre this panel, discussed that there are issues of governance. A recent UNDP report said actually that most terrorists aren't driven by ideology. they're driven by poverty to terrorism. So it's something that we need to address, obviously, but the issue of terrorism is still real and it needs to be dealt with. But the enemy is to some extent less visible than your traditional military enemy. So how do you go about tackling terrorism and eliminating these cells of terrorism while at the same time trying to create opportunities for the youth that His Excellency mentioned?
Well, that's a great point, and let me thank the African Export-Import Bank for inviting me to participate. You may wonder, why is this retired U.S. Army American general participating in a conference of this nature here? It's precisely because of what you've just heard. I, as the first commander of U.S. Africa Command, look at this continent and all of its glory with its importance to itself as well as to the global environment. And in that regard, in a conversation that I had with Nelson Mandela before he passed away, he said one thing to me that struck me and has stayed with me, and that is an Africa, in his eyes, that was responsible for its own security, but with the help of its friends. And so when I came to the continent as the commander of AFRICOM, it was as a friend to do all I could to assist in providing whatever my African partners asked me to do as they sought to provide for their own security. Clearly, in doing so, it impacted the security of the United States, but also global stability. Because in Africa, that was able to provide for its own security would then be less susceptible to external influences that have come in and disrupted the society, has led to the terrorism that exists because of how societies that are disadvantaged are exploited by external factors who come to the continent to do things in their own selfish interests, but to the detriment, to the downfall of the peoples of Africa. Terrorism is in that bailiwick of activities. External actors who have come, taken advantage of situations of poverty, instability, weak governance, and other drivers of instability, lack of food, food insecurity, droughts, and because of those conditions that exist, some that are natural, others that are made by human beings who exist in a place, but at the disadvantage of the citizens. And so as these problems perpetuate themselves, as they grow, as they become unattended to, then you have conditions that are created that are ripe for, that are breeding grounds for terrorist activities that destabilize not just the local environment where they operate, the country, the sub-region, but indeed further destabilize the global environment. And so as we look at what can be done to ameliorate, to reduce, to stamp down, to stop these problems, what do we see? As was pointed out, we see conditions that we can't control, but in some cases there are things that could be controlled. In my mind's eye, security and development are part of the same dynamic that's required to reduce things like violent crime, violence, terrorism, the preying on society by external actors, sometimes the preying on society by their own security forces because of these conditions that exist. And so, yes, indeed, there is a need to reduce the violence, because when you look at what's being spent to fight terrorism, to fight violence, be it internal or external, those resources are huge, huge drains on the monetary resources that are available to any country to help lift its people, to help cause the economic advancement, development that needs to occur so that societies and people in a society have an opportunity to have a better tomorrow than today, so that little girls, little boys can feel free to walk, to be educated, to have a decent level of health. But that doesn't exist in an unstable environment. So security, yes, but development, absolutely, because development, economic development, is the long-term guarantor of peace and stability. But you must have it in an environment that it can mature, that it can be nurtured, that it can grow. And that's why this notion of security is so critically important in a country, in a region, and indeed across the continent, but as been so demonstrated recently, the global scene, because what happens one place impacts another place. No longer are we a continent whereby we are in a little bubble, or a country that we're in a little bubble. Trade, demographics, population, the need to be your young population to have some place to go, to work, to make a decent living so that they have a more secure future. That is a part of the global commons as we see it today. And so for me, security, not security that's all expansive, but what's needed so that your borders are protected, so that the environment is conducive to investment, so that there would be things that would come in not to exploit, but to cause those within a particular country to be better served, so that you don't have a country needing to spend 25, 40, 50% of its resources on providing some security because of how it's being threatened by external actors.
So, General, because you're saying two things at the same time, ultimately. You're saying that we need to invest in development, but at the same time, we need to have strong forces in place to ensure security. I remember a British foreign minister once said, diplomacy without arms is like an orchestra without instruments. It's meaningless. So when you look at when you were on the continent and you looked at the military capabilities of the different countries, do you think we had to invest more in our military capabilities, or do you think we were investing too much on military and not enough on development? I mean, I'm not sure I understand where you think we should be putting our resources ultimately, and whether we need to strengthen our military capabilities and our partnerships as a continent to make sure that we can control our borders, that we can push back any foreign actors that may have, and everyone's got vested interest, but they may have vested interests that go against the continent. So what are you saying there?
It's not spending more, it's spending smartly. Security forces are important, but it's how those security forces are developed, formed, trained, so that they are not a drain on society. The sizes, the missions they perform, how trained they are, so that its soldiers. There was an illustration that I used during the NDIA lecture series several years ago. And when you look at your security forces, are your soldiers, your police forces, are the people seeing those forces as such that a 8-year-old girl, 10-year-old boy, instead of running away, will run towards them and wrap their arms around them because they know that that force is there to protect them? Doesn't take a lot of money to do that. So it's not about spending more. They both have to exist simultaneously. Adequate professional security forces, as well as the resources that are required to cause development to be able to occur in ways that are meaningful to the people in their country. They aren't mutually exclusive. They operate jointly, but it's smart investment. It's smart investment, the right investment to make that the case.
Thank you. So one very quick question, and then I'll come to you, Dr. Kotti, if you don't mind. So when you were operating on the continent, did you see the urgency from your peers on the continent in dealing with certain issues, for example, that arose at the time? I mean, if you look at Sudan today, would you say that we need to have more urgency at an African level to make sure that we nip these conflicts in the bud? Ultimately, Sudan should be the breadbasket of Africa. We're importing grain from Ukraine, but Sudan has got the capabilities. Saudi was buying land from Sudan all those years ago, but instability has meant that it's not the breadbasket that it should be.
Right. Obviously, the continent is not a monolith. I saw different things in different places. Some places it worked to the benefit of the people that were there. In other places, there was a lot of work that needed to be done to make it better. And so it was a mixed bag, and it was, as Nelson Mandela said, the country itself is responsible for that. And in some places, I may not have been asked for help. And obviously, we stayed away. In other places, there were things that could be done to help the professionalization of the force. And I say professionalization, I don't mean to spend a lot more money. It doesn't require that, but it does require something so that those soldiers are not preying on their societies. You want them protecting their sovereignty, not preying on their society. And it's the job of the governments to ensure that, so that those soldiers are doing their job, so when a little 8-year-old girl sees a soldier or a 10-year-old boy, they see that woman or that man in uniform as their friend and not to be afraid of.
General Kotti, if I can come to you in terms of maybe responding to what the General has said and also your reading of the situation. I know that the President of Ghana a few months ago was worried about what was happening in the Sahel region and in Burkina Faso and potentially the fear of contagion to Ghana. So what's your reading of the fault lines of the state of security and also collaboration with your partners in the region to ensure the security in the Gulf of Guinea and in the Sahel?
Thank you very much. The issue of security is very important. That is where I want to start from. And General Ward emphasized on it. Without security, no country can develop. And when you don't develop, there's no way by which any country will provide for the living conditions of the people. So these three elements are interrelated: security, development, and the living conditions or the welfare of the people. Without security, let's forget it, we cannot be able to develop. So it's very important for us. But one problem that we need to understand is that in this context, apart from the security situation that we are facing, we always have to envisage the emerging security issues that will follow. In most cases in the African continent, we're looking at what is happening to us without envisaging what is coming and what is affecting other countries. Now, with the issue of terrorism came up. We know that terrorism is spreading in the Sahel. We have terrorism in northeast Nigeria and what have you. There have been a number of countries when some of these terrorist activities started, felt that probably these countries are being affected, but they stood aloof and eventually they were affected. Now, it's very dangerous because terrorism is it's spreading very fast. And some of the key issues that General Ward mentioned is that what are some of the drivers? Some of the drivers have to do with poverty that he mentioned, marginalization, economic conditions, deprived border communities, where we have violent extremist groups who can go to a deprived border community, realize that those people don't have the resources, they are able to talk to them, they are able to recruit them and say that look at the people living in Accra, look at the people living in the cities. They have a lot of advantage. They have water, they have schools. Then they easily recruit them in that dimension. So one place that we need to place attention is deprived communities in our life. So looking at security and also following up of General Ward, we need to look at it in two dimensions. We look at the kinetic interventions and non-kinetic, and they must go side by side. And the kinetic is what you ask General Ward, what is the situation so far as arms are concerned? And let me state that most countries which are affected by these terrorist organizations are starved of arms, of how to respond against these terrorist activities. Now, what is the issue of non-kinetic? Whilst the kinetic or the counter activities are going against these terrorist activities, what efforts are we making on the non-kinetic front or the human security aspect to be able to prevent and to discourage some of our communities being recruited so far as terrorism is concerned? Having said that, it's important for us to understand that one of the key challenges that we have in Africa in preventing some of these things is that we lack very concrete security architectures. Now, concrete security architectures, by what I mean is that most countries in Africa don't have national security strategy. Those who even have do not even implement it to the letter. We do not have peace councils like what we have established in Ghana. We do not have regional and local level security councils. I want to mention that in Ghana, we have been able to develop what we call the National Security Strategy. This is the first time in 2020 that Ghana has evolved this. Now, in this particular strategy, one of the most important sections of that strategy is how to safeguard the security, peace, and stability of the country. And that is what I think we should be looking at. If we envisage and look at that aspect, we have various mechanisms, both local mechanisms, national mechanisms, regional mechanisms that we can really step up to be able to prevent and safeguard the security that we have. But the key thing is that terrorism is real. We've seen the emerging security issue as terrorists facing most African countries in Africa. It is real that it is coming, it's manifesting. We need to be very careful. We need to guard ourselves against it. Otherwise, we would continue to have problems so far as development is concerned. And when we don't develop because of this insecurity situation, the living conditions of the people will continue to be stagnant. And for that matter, the prosperity of Africa will continue to be derailed.
Thank you. I'd like to go to General Garuba quickly. You were one of the first chief military observers of the UN in Angola at the time, so over 30 years ago. We've seen Angola post-conflict really grow very rapidly and develop and transform its country. And so ultimately at the time, so in the 80s, and during the 80s, you had Cold War tensions ultimately, and we are seeing heightening geopolitical tensions today that may impact the continent. So do the heightening geopolitical tensions that we're seeing outside of Africa worry you today? The sort of the second Cold War, they're calling it. Tensions between, obviously, Russia, China, and the US and other powers.
Thank you, moderator. Yes, I was first commander of United Nations in Angola during the difficult years, and I recall that the UN was able to bring about restore peace and security back to Angola. But we are concerned today about prosperity for Africa and the challenges of peace and security. How do we bring about prosperity for Africa, and how do we restore peace and security without interfering with the prosperity for Africa? My view is that Africa, as it stands, has no business being called the poverty capital of the world. Africa has, is blessed with resources, lots of resources, abundant resources, ranging from gold, uranium, lithium, petroleum resources, oil and gas, and so forth, cocoa, and above all, we are blessed with rich land resources for agriculture. So we have no business to go hungry. We think that the main issues with us in Africa that brings about insecurity is poverty. Poverty, unemployment, lack of education, even if one is educated, lack of jobs, unemployment and underemployment. And that's what brings about all this insecurity. We need to come up with a strategic action plan for prosperity for Africa at the various regions, to be coordinated by the peak at the African Union. Because we are blessed with resources, we are blessed with land, we should be able to carry out agriculture and feed our people. We must be able to feed our people. So we must invest heavily in agriculture so as to have food production. We have to create agricultural technologies. We have to promote tourism, and we must bother about the democracy of the stomach. Once your people are happy, when they have food to eat, they'll be happy. And they're happy, then they will not go about looking for things to take from those who can afford to eat, because they do not have anything to eat. So we must emphasize that. And that's why Africa must come up with a strategic plan of action to develop its own prosperity. Nobody's going to do it for us. Nobody's going to do it for us. The problems of insecurity, again, like it's happening in Sudan, or that happened in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and all that, or in Angola, is as a result of third-party influences. We, on our own, we have been able to solve problems, and we can solve problems. But when we have interference from outside because of their interests, they want to plunder our resources, they will trigger insecurity so that we can fight ourselves, so that they can have the ability, the opportunity to take what they want to take. We have Africa as one of the, or the country of the future, the continent of the future, because of what we have on the ground in our country. Are we going to be able to be allowed to enjoy our prosperity? We are not going to be allowed. We should be prepared to fight to be able to secure our continent, for us to be able to enjoy what we have on the ground, in the land, underground, in Africa as a continent. So everything depends on us, on Africans. We have huge human capital. Like I said, we have human resources, natural resources. We should not just fold our arms and allow third-party influences to come and take it away from us. They will do all they can to come and take it. They did it in the past, they will come again. From the slave trade, which we are still suffering from the consequences, the next thing is to grab the resources under the ground. And they will do it. So we should be prepared to defend ourselves and to fight to preserve what we have. And I think we must, well, I'm not a philosopher, but I think that we need to make sure that our political leaders are properly able to give leadership that we need. We need good leadership. We need good governance. That is very, very, very important. Without good leadership, without good governance, without justice, rule of law, there can be no security. We in Africa, we have always embarked upon rule of man instead of rule of law. We must come back to rule of law and justice. That's the only way that we can secure our continent, secure our nation, and be prepared to survive. We have the means. We existed before the white man came. We can do it again. We have security intelligence. We have indigenous strategic intelligence. or what we may call security in Africa. We should make good use of it, not for negative tendencies, but for positive uses in the interest of our people, so that our youths, who are supposed to be and are expected to be the leaders of tomorrow, don't destroy the land because the leadership of the present generation has failed to prepare the ground for the future of the youths. The youths are the leaders of tomorrow. And right now, there's so much poverty on the land. There's so much injustice, social injustice. There's lack of social security. And we're not leaving anything behind. So we have to come up with a strategic plan to come up with African local prosperity, which we can achieve from what we have, the resources on the ground, in our land. We can build it up. We can use our friends, but this time we must open our eyes, and not like before, when they would come with a Bible and a gun, and given to both sides, of the country, and the leadership, those with the Bible and those with the guns start fighting each other. That doesn't carry us. In the end, they are the ones that take the glory.
Thank you, General. So coming back to world of great power rivalries, Your Excellency, I know you wanted to say a few things about them, but what worries you ultimately about the heightened geopolitical tensions that we're seeing today? Is it interference of external actors on the continent, or is it more economic pressure, protectionism, the Chinese or the Americans or the Russians putting pressure on African states to take sides? Is it, what's worrying you ultimately in terms of what we're seeing today externally impacting the continent?
Well, we are interested in...
Also, yeah, sorry, I wanted His Excellency to also comment on...
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much, General, trying to support me. The whole thing is, I think we should be true to ourselves. First of all, I see that the problem is not external per se. The main problem is internal, and we have to address our internal problem within Africa before pinpointing to others, external forces. When I say this, I think we have no problem in identifying problems, identifying the causes. But our problem is we are not capable enough to deliver on what we have already said to ourselves. We have a very important and landmark blueprint, which we call Agenda 2063. Chairperson of the Commission, the then chairperson is here, and that has been drafted in an inclusive way, making our citizens taking part in the process of having that blueprint. But the problem is, since she left office, now it is, I think, 8 years, almost 8 years, and the implementation of that blueprint still remains to be very slow, and it has not been as it was expected. So as the generals were saying, there is a need to transform our governance and leadership, and there is a need for political commitment, not only commitment, as Baba was always saying, political action in our continent. That's the main reason. I know that the daughter of Kwame Nkrumah is with us here, and our icon has said African solutions to African problems. But since then, are we true to ourselves that we are solving our problems without external interventions? So I think that's the main question. Our problem is a delivery problem. It's not about understanding what has to be done. So to me, unless otherwise we address the basic issue of the problem of our own people, like poverty, marginalization, or all those things which has been mentioned earlier, which I don't want to repeat because they are always there in the literature and everybody knows them. But the main issue is which countries and leaders are delivering on those promises to the people. I was always hoping when opposition, which is always exposing the ruling party's deficiencies, when they come to power, I expect that they deliver on those issues. But the same thing happens. And it's always vicious. So we should be true to ourselves, be it opposition or ruling in Africa. I think the whole issue is we are not true to ourselves. I expect the new generation will come up and deliver on the promises to our people. I think, people has come to streets. Street action has been taking place throughout Africa, and there are government changes taking place in many countries in Africa. But because there is no leadership, those public actions, including the Arab Spring, has failed. And so what's needed now is, delivering on our promises, and a committed generation is needed in Africa to change the whole process and then transform our continent. So then, we have the blueprint, and we have to negotiate with our global partners on our existing blueprints to our interest. No one is coming for charity. Every country coming to Africa. We do have China Africa, FOCAC. We do have TICAD. We do have Saudi Africa. We do have Turkey Africa. We do have, Gulf Africa. You can mention there is no major power globally this time who is not trying to partner with Africa. This is an opportunity for us Africans. We should come up with our own strategy how to deal with these different stakeholders coming to deal with us. And we know it's a win-win. Everyone wants benefit out of that partnership, and it's a give and take process, but we are not ready to go for that. We still go as 54 countries to negotiate with these Africa conferences and bilateral dealings. So we need a strong African Union which represents all the African countries, can negotiate with our partners properly. So I think that's where we are. It's an opportunity as far as I am concerned. But there are unwarranted interferences, like, for example, in Libya. We Africans, we said we will handle the Libyan case. So we sent our leaders as a team to Libya to negotiate and handle this issue. But the superpowers came and destroyed Libya, and then afterwards they left, and Libya remains a destroyed country until today. So there are unwarranted interferences that has to be stopped. I think we have to speak out this boldly. So I think, but the main issue is the ball is in our court. We have to prepare ourselves to negotiate properly. We have to be capable enough to show and express our interests, because it is always a win-win process. So I think this is very important. And from some corner, they might come and say, yeah, China is trying to exploit Africa. So some of the Western powers, they come and tell us that you have to get rid of China. But we say, look, there is one survey which has been made by the African Barometer in 34 African countries. So the interest of Africans is 63% of Africans want China's influence on Africa. And similarly, by the same token, 60% of Africans also want US to involve in African development, and security. So that all shows it's almost balanced figure, which shows that Africans, they don't care whether the cat is black or white, but we only need that the cat should catch the mice. That should be our philosophy.
And on that note, I'd like to call the panel to a close. I'm being told that our time is out. But thank you very much to His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, General William Ward from the USA, General, it's a house full of generals today, General Garuba, former military observer of the UN Angolan Verification Mission, and General Dr. Emmanuel Kotia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you to Omar Ben Yedder for moderating that excellent and insightful panel. Now, as the panelists exit stage left, we're going to go from peace and security to food security. And the next session is actually perfectly placed for lunch, because we're going to have lunch after this. So this was obviously well planned, because the session is called "What Would It Take for Africa to Feed Itself? Overcoming the Challenges of Food Security and Sustainable Development in Africa." Before you meet the panelists, we're going to have an opening keynote. And I don't know if the podium is ready. Can anyone indicate if I can invite the keynote speaker to the podium? Yes, thumbs up. Are we good? Okay, I'm just going to go with a yes. I'm going to assume that's a yes because it's not a no. So please welcome to give the opening keynote on this session. She is a member of the Executive Council for Finance of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable Peggy Nkunyenyi. Please.
Her last name, but I butchered her last name. It's Yenny.
Thank you very much. Program Director, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Heads of States, Prime Ministers and former Prime Ministers, the President and Chairperson of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank, Professor Orama, Honorable Ministers, Governors. Let me also acknowledge my own leader, the Minister in the Presidency, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who is also the former chairperson of the African Union, the Board of the Executive Members of Afreximbank, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. Mr. President, we are delighted to be in your midst today to celebrate with you this momentous occasion and achievement of reaching 30 years of existence. It is no small feat at all. This is a significant milestone which is underpinned by the fact that Afreximbank's soul is etched in Africanism, with the vision to break down the barriers that have been holding Africa from trading with itself for many decades. Mr. President, allow me to first register the heartfelt greetings from my Honorable Premier, the Premier of the Province of KwaZulu-Natal, thank you, Ms. Nomusa Dube-Ncube, with whom you have engaged extensively, even as recent as 2 weeks ago in Abidjan during the Africa CEO Forum. She sends her apologies for not being here in person. I also bring warm greetings from the people of South Africa who felt and touched your vision during the successful intra-African trade fair that was hosted in Durban in KwaZulu-Natal in November 2021. Indeed, we have become a family. In South Africa, our rallying call is together we can do more. And with this partnership, we aim to go further together as Africa. Mr. President, you wouldn't have chosen any other location but the capital of Ghana to mark this valuable milestone in the journey of import-export financing in Africa. This is where it all started in 1994, when Afreximbank began operations and concluded its first deal by participating in a 150 million US dollar deal syndicated to the Cocoa Board of Ghana and contributed 6.5 million US dollars during that financial year. And today, 29 years later, you are here in Accra, where it all started. Indeed, it is a milestone. Program Director, allow me to invoke the spirit of our former statesman, Nelson Mandela, who said, and I quote, "It all seems impossible until it is done," I close quotes. It looked impossible before the 8th of May, 1993, when the agreement establishing the bank and the bank's charter were adopted at the Constituent General Assembly meeting of the bank held at the African Development Bank headquarters in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, but it was done. It was done in October 1993 when the bank was officially launched at the first general meeting of the shareholders in Nigeria. Honorable President, I know that we are here in order to look at opportunities that are presenting themselves to us as African brothers and sisters. The topic that we are discussing now is how then can Africa feed itself? We're talking about food security. What would it take for Africa to feed itself, overcoming the challenges of food security for sustainable development in Africa? The topic for the high-level plenary session today could not have come at a more opportune moment, as Africa is grappling with many negative factors that are detrimental to food security on the continent. We are blessed that we are a continent with a lucrative market of 1.2 billion people, but conversely, that could present challenges in achieving food security as the demand for food increases, slow technological advancement in food production, additional use of arable land, deforestation that brings massive environmental challenges, and many more. The Food and Agriculture Organization's 2022 report on the state of food security and nutrition in the world estimates that around 2.3 billion people, nearly 30% of the global population, were moderately or food insecure in 2021, and as many as 828 million people were affected by hunger. What are African leaders, politicians, technocrats, and NGOs doing to mitigate against these challenges that threaten our food security? The focus of the agriculture sector should therefore include having modern agricultural technology for increased productivity and production, having environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economies and communities, and well-informed citizenry and skills development, which is underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. We also need to acknowledge and embrace our own indigenous knowledge systems. We need to produce nutritious food crops, reduce the consumption of chemically laden food crops, and produce herbal products to cater for the well-being of our citizens, and also make skills development in agriculture fashionable to young people, and never, ever leave women behind when issues of food security in Africa for Africans and for the whole world is discussed. And food processing in Africa for Africans should be promoted. And we should use our natural endowments, such as our land and water resources, effectively in order to produce food for the whole world. We must also be mindful of the fact that food is medicine, and medicine is food. Be mindful of what you consume every day and how you consume and when to consume food. With regards to eradication of hunger and poverty, the 1996 World Food Summit defined food security as when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. In the developing world like South Africa, where I come from, and many other African economies, we are likely to define food security through the lens of poverty eradication and ending hunger and malnutrition in all their forms. We need to recommit to achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, particularly SDG 1, which is ending poverty, and SDG 2, which is eliminating hunger. We need to creatively invest in realizing these goals. Again, in South Africa, for instance, in 1994, the governing African National Congress took a decision to address these challenges at a school level by introducing what we referred to as the National School Nutrition Program. This program feeds learners at schools who, to many, may be the only meal they receive in the day. To date, the program is feeding over 9.6 million learners, and we are spending close to $950 million per annum on ensuring that our learners receive the required nutrition, not only to improve the health of our children, but also to enhance their learning capabilities and their opportunities for future employment, so that we may have a healthy, skilled workforce. There can be no food security in conflict zones. One of the key pillars of the African Union is to stop the wars in Africa, as we have already discussed that issue. The AU heads of state and government adopted the program for silencing the gun by 2020 as part of the May 2013 solemn declaration marking the 50th anniversary of the AU. Chairperson, rapid population growth, deteriorating soil quality for agricultural production, and volatile food prices are also adding pressure on agricultural production and food security across Africa, thus threatening the resilience of our food system. And ladies and gentlemen, this is causing a dent on the strides we are making of attaining the Sustainable Development Goal of ending hunger and achieving food security. I wish to encourage our African brothers and sisters in ensuring that we trade amongst ourselves when it comes to the issues of food security. South Africa may produce a lot for the export market. South Africa can become a bread basket for the continent, but the entire continent may become the bread basket for the whole world. The continent of Africa is huge, it is wealthy, it is rich, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Honourable Peggy Nkonyeni, the member of the Executive Council for Finance, KwaZulu-Natal, setting the scene there for the final session before lunch. What would it take for Africa to feed itself? That's a big question, but we've got a big panel to tackle it. We're looking at overcoming the challenges of food security for a sustainable future for Africa. Your moderator is the Director General of the Africa Risk Capacity Group. Please give a warm welcome to Ibrahima Chik Diong.
Thank you very much, my good friend Mark, for the warm introduction. Good afternoon, bonjour, bon dia, assalamu alaikum, akwaba, as they say in Ghana and also in Cote d'Ivoire. Now, I am mindful. I'm standing between yourself and your food security, which is your lunch. And we'll make sure that our conversation is as lively, as dynamic, as solution-focused, because we know the problems. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Now, first thing first, happy 30th anniversary to Afreximbank. I want to be just like you when I grow up, because of what you've done for Africa, but also the difference you make across the African continent. And I believe they deserve a round of applause for the great work they've done for the continent of Africa. When it comes to food security in the African continent, the problems are known. Africa holds about 60% of arable land and water. Africa is impacted by climate change. We don't invest enough into our agriculture. We need more resources to actually modernize agriculture. And we need more infrastructure to support our ambition for agriculture. I am saying all that because I don't want us to focus on the problems. I want us to focus on what are we going to do about it to make sure we can feed ourselves as a continent. As the president of Niger said, it's about time for Africa to feed itself. I am delighted to invite on stage our distinguished panel to unpack those challenges and give us different perspective from a global African perspective to the private sector, but also to the research institutions. So put your hands together as I welcome on stage our panel of speakers, starting with Commissioner Sako from the African Union. Commissioner Sako. My dear sister, Oliranti from Doherty from the Afreximbank. Oliranti, join us. Give a round of applause. Of course, we have to get the perspective of the private sector. So Hardy, come on stage and give us a perspective from Econet. And last but not least, given the productivity gap we have in the continent, obviously we have to get my good friend Yemi to come on stage and give us a perspective of research and development. Yemi, all right, join us. So it is only in order to start this conversation by asking Her Excellency Ambassador Josefa to not only set the scene of our conversation, but go beyond just the problem and tell us what our continental organization, African Union, is actually doing to be part of the solution for food security. Ambassador Josefa, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor, my dear brother. I stand on the existing protocol, but let me acknowledge the presence of former presidents, head of state from Nigeria, former Prime Minister from Ethiopia. And let me also recognize the presence of honorable ministers present here. Dear colleague, I can see my brother, colleague Muchanga, colleague from Outer Nepad, and I'm also very happy to see my professor, Professor Wale Shoinka, that taught me this English I'm speaking in the University of Ife. Professor, you are welcome to join us. You met me, I was a small girl, now I'm a madam. Thank you very much. Before I set the scene on what we are doing in terms of really feeding the Africans, or feed Africa, like my brother Adesina has a program, Feed Africa. Let me first of all take this opportunity to congratulate Afreximbank for its anniversary, 30 years. 30 years for an institution is stability. I remember my previous life when I was in the coffee, I was the Secretary General of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. I met my brother, Orama, although we went to the same university, University of Ife in Nigeria, but we met, you were working in the Afreximbank, and Afreximbank was very supportive in the coffee industry. You supported us a lot in a lot of programs. Thank you, and I believe in Afreximbank, and I've seen a lot of good results. 3 decades of the existence of this organization, today you have become the plank of Africa trade and socio-economic development in general in Africa. So congratulations for this, our continental organization, which we believe that we will continue working. I'm very proud of the exploits that Afreximbank has done under your leadership, my dear brother Ben Orama. You did a lot, and we are really happy that to have our brother that is really leading a very important and strategic bank. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank you for all the support you have been giving to African Union Commission and my department in particular in order to transform agriculture on the continent. So with this, let me start just presenting what African Union is doing. I remember when I was in my previous life in other organization, I was asking, what is the essence of African Union? Is it just peace and security? Me, I'm more on the development page. But when you elected me as a commissioner in 2017, I saw what African Union has been doing from time. In 2003, our head of states and government, they look at this sector and they decided to create a flagship program, which is the CADEP. Everybody knows about CADEP. Right. And 10 years after CADEP, because CADEP was really to focus on food security and investing in agriculture. So 10 years after, our head of state also came to track progress, and they saw that CADEP, the Maputo Declaration was not really, making a difference. It was not dynamic in terms of progress. So they decided to come out with the Malabo Declaration with 7 core commitments. So to say that in Africa we have a common policy on how to transform agriculture. We have this policy with seven important pillars, and those pillars, if members align it with their national investment plan, I'm sure there will be results. So we've been working, African Union, under this department, we've been working in the concept of CADEP Malabo Declaration. But very little progress has been done. So I think now is the time for us to see what is happening. What is wrong with all, we know the problems, we know the solution. With all these, how do you call it, all these advantages we have comparing to other regions, like everybody is saying we have 60% of uncultivated Arab land, we have the youngest population in the region, we have aquatic resources on the continent. Why are we not really improving? And when I'm saying that, we can look at the CADEP Malabo Declaration. through the biannual review report, which is commitment number 7. And this is a report that we submit. I'm happy to see His Excellency Ale Mariam was the first Vice President, Prime Minister of the Republic of Ethiopia, that presented to his peer the first edition, the inaugural edition of the progress. This biannual review report, we have all the indicators, 43 indicators, in all the ecosystem of the food system. But things is not happening. Now, this Malabo Declaration is a 10-year action plan to implement the African 2063, our Agenda 2063, our Agenda 2063. Are we on track? We are not on track. So we have just 3 years, let me say 2 years, to finish the first phase of Malabo Declaration. If you look at the report that we submitted in 2021, the results were very bad. Only one country was on track to end hunger by 2025. I think we need to really speed up before we go to present another 10 years action plan. We need a study. We need to track what went wrong. But still, I believe that this initiative, this Malabo Declaration, it's really the way forward. But let us really try to contextualize it, mostly now that we have the two shocks that expose our vulnerability, that we are not able to feed our people. So I think it's the way forward that we can go. I think I will stop here before I go to the programs.
Excellent. Well, that is certainly a good way to set the scene by talking about some of this policy dysfunction, but also what our union is doing about. But maybe, Commissioner Sako, I can push you a little bit and then get to the specific initiative that the African Union is actually undertaking in making sure we feed ourselves as a country. Maybe if you can just share 1 or 2 initiatives that is part of the solution.
Thank you again. I will say that in terms of what are the programs for us to mitigate all these clashes, mostly we have the conflict, we have climate change, we have the Ukrainian conflict now that just came from 20 to 23rd. We have got these 2 big global crises. The first one, we were saying, even before the pandemic, we were saying, why should Africa, with all this potential, all these comparative advantages, continue to import foods? 38 countries in Africa are net importer. So we came out with an initiative, which is the CAP, the Common African Agro-Park. We say, let us have a food reserve on our continent. We don't have a food reserve. We don't have food sovereignty in Africa. Food sovereignty is no longer a rhetoric. It is a must, it's the way forward. So that's why we came with CAP initiative. And we presented it in our STC, the Specialized Technical Committee, which is a ministerial. We presented it, and our ministers were really buying that initiative. And they asked us to go further on feasibility study. How are we going to implement CAP, the African Common Agro-Park? Because we have the African poles that ADB is working on it. We say, but we want really our food reserve, our food security. Each region, according to the agroecology of each region, you should have an hub of a commodity so that we can have a bread basket. That is the essence of reducing imports. So we have it now, and we were able to have all the support from the Afreximbank to build a secretariat, which is here, and the father is hosting this secretariat, so that we can start, having our own food sovereignty and triple, because one of the pillars of CADEP, I think pillar number 5 of the Malabo Declaration, is tripling intra-African trade by 2030 in order to create employment and reduce poverty. So all this is also aligned with the SDG agenda. So we brought this CAP, and then we are working on the CAP now. We are working on the CAP. We have a steering committee that is, composed. We have our steering committee that is composed of African Union, ourselves. We have the African Development Bank who join us in the steering committee. We have the Afreximbank, Howden NEPAD, and we have the NEPAD and the FARA that is doing the secretariat of that action. UNIDO has joined us for this important thing. We are engaging ourselves with the World Bank also to join us so that we can really make sure that we are preparing an enable environment for business in order to stimulate business, because this is not ours. It is a private sector facility, because the agro-industry parks need to be the private sector. So we are on that, and we are really asking, many our citizens to come and join us in this initiative. We believe that if we have it, we will not be dependent on the importation, because what we're saying is that we were exposed during the COVID-19 pandemic, because most of the West African countries, when they wanted to import rice to the traditional market, which is the Asia, everything was banned. The export was banned because of the COVID. So we could not have access to rice. And then we came now with this recent crisis, Ukraine and Russia. We are dependent, 30% of the cereal we eat, we depend on that market, the Ukraine. We depend on them for fertilizer as well. So those are the type of initiative that we really want to push it to get our own food sovereignty and our food reserve on the continent. The second one, it is about fertilizer. I'm happy to see Baba here, because he's one of the first presidents that called for a meeting, a summit in Abuja 1, in order for African farmers to have access to minimum of 50 kg per hectare. So that's the declaration, the Abuja declaration. We are building on that, but we are not on track, because today when the medium utilization of fertilizer in other regions are 150 kg, we are just 18 kg per hectare. So we are organizing our summit. We were supposed to organize it in June, but due to some constraint, Senegal declined. Now we are in conversation with Kenya so that we can organize it in October in Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You certainly suggested a lot of avenues for solution, from policy to food system, but also the initiative of the private sector. We're going to stay on the continental perspective. I'm going to move over to you, my good sister from Afreximbank, Adwanti. My question to you, in the short term and the long term, what is the bank doing in making sure we actually boost food security across the continent? Share with us some of your great ideas you have at the bank.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to stand on existing protocols. It's a pleasure to be here to be talking about this very topical issue that is dear to the heart of Afreximbank. As you rightly put it, at Afreximbank, we've approached food security with a two-pronged method. The first is a short-term method. How do we ensure we feed our people? How do we ensure we keep the continent moving? How do we ensure, in spite of COVID, Russia-Ukraine crisis, the continent continues to receive adequate grains, adequate fertilizers that our people need? The second approach for us is a long-term approach, which says, look, we cannot continue to import food. We have enough arable land in the continent to be able to feed ourselves. And so we've put in place measures to support the development of special agro-processing zones, industrial parks. We have an initiative within the bank that supports that. We also have an initiative that supports production of agro-processing goods, the Africa Commodity Program. So I would like to speak to the short-term approach. We all know what happened with the Russia and Ukraine crisis, how there was a lot of pressure in terms of getting food, fertilizer, and other necessary grains to our member countries, to people across the continent. The bank came in partnership with UNECA, the AFCFTA, and the AU, and we created the Africa Trade Exchange Platform, ATEX. The ATEX is a digital tool, a B2B, B2G platform that was initially created to support the implementation of the AFCFTA. However, we repurposed it to be able to meet the needs of our member countries in terms of food security, in terms of access to grains, in terms of access to fertilizers, etc. So basically what the ATEX seeks to do is to pool procurement of required grains, required fertilizer, required food items together and provide our member countries with the ability to be able to access this at better pricing and with also better logistics. So the platform seeks to bring on board food suppliers, it seeks to bring on board logistics providers, it seeks to bring on board financiers like Afreximbank. And I'm glad to let you know that there was a soft launch of the platform in May 2002 under the auspices of His Excellency President Macky Sall in Senegal. And the platform is already operating. The bank has put in place $3 billion to support procurements of food items under it, issuing letters of credit where necessary to our 52 member countries. So this is one of the short-term measures that the bank is deploying. You would note that Afreximbank, we are very pragmatic. We want to solve issues, and we are providing financing where it is needed. So right now, our member countries are able to access the ATEX and are able to procure necessary food items, grains, and fertilizers. And apart from that, like I mentioned to you, we know that we need to capacitate, we need to be able to show up our ability to produce and trade in terms of food items across the continent. And we have various initiatives that support this. We have the Industrial Parks and Special Processing Zone initiatives, and that initiative seeks to support the development of industrial parks, export processing zone, agro parks across the continent. And to date, the bank has deployed about $700 million to support the development of these zones. I can give you examples of some of the agro processing zones we've developed. We have the agro processing zone in Benin Republic that focuses on cashew, soy processing. We have in Togo, also focusing on cotton, soy, and we have in Gabon. And up to date, we have pipeline projects of about $2 billion across the continent, in Nigeria, in Chad, producing meat. And one of the good things that we've realized is, indeed, if we keep on this track, we can and we will feed ourselves. And another thing that has come out of us financing the development of these industrial parks is we are currently working on an initiative to develop what we call the Africa Trade Hub, where we can pool products produced in an industrial park and, be able to give it to other regions. So there will be cross-sell of products across the various industrial parks. So for example, an industrial park in Chad producing meat can supply this meat product to North Africa, while also the industrial park in Gabon producing plywood can give its plywood to the industrial parks in Egypt or elsewhere producing furniture, as well as industrial parks in Benin can supply cotton to the parks in Ethiopia that are doing the textile products. So it's a grand vision and a grand scheme, and we believe with these interventions, we will be able to feed ourselves in the long run. Thank you.
Excellent. I like what I'm hearing so far. Extremely pragmatic, action-oriented, very specific what needs to be done. And at the end of the conversation, I'll ask you, how do we move forward to make sure that these great ideas become reality? So that puts the pressure on the private sector. Hardy from the private sector. You heard the content organization, you heard Afreximbank, very specific initiative. And what are you doing to be part of the solution so that the private sector sees all these opportunities and help it innovate so we can feed Africa? Over to you, Hardy.
Well, thank you very much. Dr. Orama, congratulations. 30 years later, we are so proud that we have our own bank that we own and that we can be so proud of. So really kudos to you. I'm probably not the right person to be on this panel. So when I was told to be on this panel, I thought to myself, I'm a tech entrepreneur. I run one of Africa's largest technology groups. And therefore, what right do I have to come and talk about Africa feeding itself? But I want to take you on a journey. It's a very short journey. In 1993, 75% of Africans had never had a phone ring. Not have a phone. They had not had it ring. Last year, Africa recorded the largest number of smartphones in the world, 500 million. "95% of the mobile money transactions in the world are conducted on the African continent." Just reflect on that for a moment. 95%. That's incredible. We have built 110,000 kilometers of fiber from Cape Town to Cairo, across Africa, in some of the most inhospitable terrains. So as an entrepreneur, you can't convince me that Africa cannot feed itself.
Mm-hmm.
I think what we require is to make young people understand the opportunity of entrepreneurship that agriculture presents. Because we go around, we talk about the demographic dividend, and yet we are not harnessing the 65% of these young people to get them to become agripreneurs. And that's why we as the Econet Group, as a technology group, are supporting an annual prize where we are giving young people $50,000 to go and start an agri-entrepreneurial project that changes the way that agriculture is being done in their country. Because the problems from where I sit are really that we need to solve. We don't have a wicked problem. The solution has been found. It's a problem of productivity where we've got low yields. We know that we've got a problem of low mechanization. We know that we've got a problem of post-harvest loss. Okay? These are not wicked problems. These problems are much smaller than the problems that we face in the tech industry when we need to just put 100 kilometers of fiber in the ground. We've just finished building perhaps the most difficult fiber cable project that you can imagine, from Goma in eastern Congo through the Congo forest to the west coast of the DRC. It's almost 4,000 kilometers, employing more than 5,000 young people along the way. And the data that we were able to collect as we built, this cable is just how much we could do around agriculture as part of solving the youth unemployment challenge. So really, I come at this on one hand from an entrepreneurial perspective as the private sector. We've been able to demonstrate that between 93 and 2022, we can solve what was described then in 1993 as the most intractable problem in Africa, which was the problem of communications. Why can we not harness the same creative entrepreneurial talent that Africa is so full of in order for us to deal with this problem? We don't need another additional policy. We don't need another institution. We don't need another working group. We don't need another committee. We can feed ourselves.
Right. I told you it's going to be a fascinating conversation, even though it's just next to lunch. And I like the fact that from AU to the private sector, it's all but extremely pragmatic. But you brought up a very good point, and that is, how do we make agriculture cool? Because in most of our countries, people go to agriculture if they have nothing else to do.
Yeah.
And how we modernize it to become a business as opposed to something that you do because you got nothing else to do. But I'll come back to you. How do we innovate to do that? So Yemi, you bring in a different perspective, equally important, and that is to say, our continent has the lowest yield and productivity when it comes to agriculture. So my question to you, being involved in research with all the credibility you have, what do we need to do to boost our yield, our productivity across the African continent? Take it from there.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. Professor Orama, Congratulations on your recent award as winning the Farah Leadership Prize, which was awarded to you in Durban last week.
Are you going to take what?
Congratulations indeed. Please give him a round of applause. He deserves that. To come to your question, Ibrahim, one of the reasons why Professor Rama was given that award is his dedicated leadership in promoting agricultural research and development. And in that context, just last week in Durban, when FARA held its triennial event, the Africa Prize that is funded by Afreximbank was launched to support agricultural research on the continent and to encourage research scientists to put in their best. That's the first of its kind on the continent that will encourage African scientists to work more and ensure that they do their research in the best interest of Africa. So thank you very much. Now, coming to the question that has been posed, I will give 3 simple answers. Africa is confronted by what has been said by many as the yield gap. We cannot continue to produce a system where we are operating in less than 10% compared to those systems that sell food to Africa. If you take tomatoes, for example, everybody uses tomato in every household. The yield in Europe, if I take Netherlands, for example, Italy, France, it's above 800 metric tons per hectare. But if you look on the continent, if you take out the Maghreb countries and South Africa, the average is 1.5 metric tons per hectare. When you look at the cereal, it's also in the same proportion. So we have a problem of the yield gap. Second is the problem of capacity gap, the capacity to deploy appropriate science. I always say that agriculture is not rocket science, but agriculture, for goodness sake, is biology. And without appropriate science, if you look at Brazil, how did Brazil get out of their hunger scenario? How? In 50 years of consistent intentional approach, Brazil transitioned from a net importing country into a net exporting country. The way I compare it, Brazil, a country of 220 million, Nigeria, a country of 230 million. Brazil, 6% of the population in agriculture, Nigeria, 70% of population in agriculture. Brazil is exporting with 6% in that population, Nigeria with 70% is importing. Something is not adding up. Something is not adding up. And finally, the third axis is the post-harvest technology gap. Our post-harvest loss is just not it. We lose anything between 40 and 60% of what is produced. And I always say that if we plug that hole alone, more than half of the food challenges on the continent will be addressed. So if we can deal with the issues of appropriate technology to bridge the yield gap, the capacity of Africans to develop homegrown technologies and deploy science for African technologies, because what we do at the moment is we have outsourced our technologies, which also means we've transferred our jobs to other countries.
Right.
So this is a scenario where we are. We cannot, on one hand, say that we have youth unemployment, and on the other hand, we are importing food. It doesn't add up. So this is, again, a scenario that leads Africa into what I call the palliative measure of addressing food security. And the moment you get into that scenario, we are paying over $50 billion to maintain that palliation. That is money that we could have used to develop ourselves. So we are not doing things the right way. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Excellent. I did warn you that I am actually standing between yourself and your food security. So I'm going to wrap up this conversation. And yet, Remy, I'm going to turn over to each of you in 30 seconds. What do you want us to take away from this conversation? I know you mentioned to me before, we have to talk the talk and walk the walk. Yes. We did a lot of conversation about these things. So in 30 seconds, what is the message you want us to take away from these discussions so we can feed Africa?
Thank you. What my brother Hadi said earlier on, we are good in churning out nice themes, nice policies, nice panel discussions. I put it this way, we have enough of the blah blah, let's start the do-do. Until that happens, we will remain hungry. Thank you.
Excellent. I like that. Enough of the blah blah, let's get to action. So Hardy, what will be your takeaway from this conversation?
So for me, two things. Let's get young people to love agriculture. They have the energy, they have the skills. Let's make agriculture lovable to the 65% of our population. So that's one. The second one is that the technology is here today that deals with yield management. The technology is here that deals with post-harvest loss. The people that we're talking about that are exporting food to us that we're importing, they are not doing it with technology that we don't have. They're doing it with technology tools that we have access to that we just need to implement. So for me, technology, entrepreneurship.
Excellent. So Ruati, what will be your takeaway from this conversation?
Thank you very much. I think my key takeaway would be partnership. I think we've all talked about, using technology. We've talked about doing acting rather than talking. I've talked about our financing interventions. Ambassador Sako has talked about the policy. I think it's all in bringing us all together, working together, both the financiers, the policymaker, the private sector, the researchman, so that we can address this problem. But is it something that's insurmountable? No, it's something we can address. We have the skills here, we have the brains here, and we have our institutions. We have Afreximbank here, homegrown institution ready to support Africa, and we should come together and work together to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. So my good sister, Commissioner Sako, what will be your takeaway message from this conversation?
Thank you very much. My takeaway will be we should avoid duplicating policies, frameworks. We should just align ourselves with the existing and under the platform of one organization, which is the African Union, because the African Union Commission of African Union is the only organization globally that has all the member states present. So we take our head of states and government, they take decisions there. So let this decision be the one to align in terms of what we do at home, in terms of what we do regionally. See if we want to go the way forward. Otherwise, we've been investing, repeating, duplicating, and we will not achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. And let us stop working in silo. Right. Let us work together. Let us synergize our effort. So if we don't do that, we will not go anywhere. And let us also take responsibility upon our own programs. African Union has a lot of projects, programs, but the partners, they are the ones that finance it. It's a shame for us in Africa because what ownership do we have when somebody is really funding your own initiative at 85, 90%? So you cannot have the ownership. You will do the agenda of the foreign company, which is we should avoid it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is an absolutely fascinating conversation. It's a very great takeaway. Number one, let's talk the talk and walk the walk, so implementation matters. Number two, let's make agriculture cool so that our young people can get into agricultural business. Third, let's leverage what technology offers to us so we can innovate to make sure we modernize our agriculture. Fourth, we can't do it alone. It's important that we use partnership to work together. Last but not least, let's not duplicate our policies. The African Union is here to lead. so that together we can act, Africa can feed Africa, so you can go have your lunch peacefully. So thank you very much. Give a round of applause. Thank you.
Well done.
Well done.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Okay, before we, as we wrap up, I want to acknowledge Ibrahim Chik Diong for moderating that. Give Ibrahim a round of applause, please. I also want to acknowledge in the room Mr. Antonio Pedro, who's the acting Secretary General of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, is here with us. Lunch is now served in the lunch tent. It's easy to find. You just go straight out to the front of the building and look to your right. We have 45 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So let's be back here in 45 minutes. Because we're going to have a fireside chat with the Nobel Prize winner himself, Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka. You'll want to catch your seats for that. Enjoy lunch. I'll see you back here in 45 minutes.
is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people. energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people. energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people. responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people. is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people. Energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
vision of the government of Ghana is to develop a modern integrated railway system to boost economic development through the Ministry of Railways Development. As a result, the innovative Ghana Western Railway Corridor project will deliver a 299-kilometer railway. Ghana Railway Company Limited has appointed the Thilo DB Consortium as railway manager, which combines international expertise with local knowledge. Afreximbank, as the mandated lead arranger, will arrange the financing towards project preparation and implementation, and support project structuring through advisory and syndication services. The project will create more than 5,000 direct and 50,000 indirect local jobs. It will lower transport costs by 30% and reduce pollution, enable efficient transport of minerals and commodities, boosting Ghana's foreign exchange revenues by at least $950 million per annum, enhance the safety and reliability of transport, improve regional connectivity, exemplifying how innovative financing and partnerships can reshape trade infrastructure in Africa.
Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a nice lunch and made some new friends and met some old ones. We are near the end of the first day, and we only have really 2 more things on the agenda before we go off to, I think, the Kempinski Hotel for cocktails tonight, and we can let those that have hair can let their hair down, and we can all hang out together. But before we do that, we've got something very special for you. In fact, actually, I'm going to share a story with you. Years ago, maybe I think it was about 10 years ago, Al Jazeera asked me to do a story, and they wanted me to go and interview the next guest. So I took a ride to Ogun State, and I was in Abeokuta, and we followed this dispatch rider on a motorcycle into the forest. And we came to this red brick house. And as I came in, there was no light because it was Ogun State, right? So there was no light. And I sort of made my way through the kitchen and into the living room, and I saw all these, it was like a museum. There were all these amazing pieces of art all around. And I remember having read his autobiography that he talked about how his wife had chided him for buying pieces of old wood. And here was the wood. And I was looking around, I was thinking, it's amazing, this place is amazing. And then in the background, I could hear a voice on the telephone. And the voice was saying, yes, I'll see you in Nairobi, maybe next week or so. And then out comes our next guest. It was, of course, Wole Soyinka, Professor Wole Soyinka. Guess who he was talking to? Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Now, for me, that was just like seeing, I don't know, Michael Jackson and Prince speak. If you're a music fan, I mean, it was 2 legends for a student of literature. It was like something to behold. I was like, I would never forget that moment. He's forgotten it, I'm sure, but I would never forget that moment. And I love the next speaker. You know, I read all his books at university. I love his quotes. He's got amazing quotes. In fact, my favorite quote of his I actually came across recently. And he said, looking at the faces of people, one gets the feeling there's a lot of work to be done. Brilliant. So, listen, without much ado, I'm going to invite the moderator. Sadly, I'm not moderating. It's Ivor Ageman-Due, who's the director of the Center for Intellectual Renewal here in Accra, to invite, and I want you to give a very, very, very lusty round of applause to our speaker this afternoon, Professor Wole Soyinka, Nigerian playwright and essayist and Nobel Prize laureate himself.
Where do you want to sit?
They hooked me up here.
Yeah.
So you better stay on this side.
Okay. All right. Is it okay?
Yeah, I'm comfortable.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to see you again in Accra, Professor Soyinka. Our conversation will go back in time to the 1950s, and then we will move on. We will start, and I'll do so by asking you this question. You once said to me in 1999, and you repeated it in 2007, that your generation thought of itself as the Renaissance people. And in the same conversation, you also said that your generation was a wasted generation. What really was your generation?
I think that statement was the result of the consequence of aiming too high, of having a much larger vision, a prospectus, which was beyond, perhaps, what was attainable. And so for me, at that time, and with the kind of impatience of creativity in various aspects, not just my own field alone, which one had at the time, I just felt that the energy that we put into that period was the result was it just didn't add up to what I thought society, humanity could make use of. You have to remember the enthusiasm and the energy that went with independence. We were terminating, humiliating for me, a period of external domination. The common words are colonialism, imperialism, exploitation, etc. We were coming out of a period of a kind of global disdain of our race, and we were determined to have an exercise in race retrieval, building on that. And after so many years of independence, at the time when we spoke, I just felt that what we were able to point out as a result of that enthusiasm fell far short of what our vision was. So, as I said, at that time, we were impatient and we couldn't accept half a loaf, let's put it that way. And so we said we were wasted completely. At least I did.
You were artists, I mean, that generation, playwrights, theater directors, novelists, poets, plastic artists. You were many things. And then we realized along the line that you were projecting more of an African personality, what Nkrumah made popular, than what probably was a cultural economy. Which was your base? Did you think at the time that you were contributing to a cultural economy of an emerging post-colonial continent, or that you wanted to construct a new personality based on which there could be a movement forward?
Well, the African personality, you know, has always been a rather problematic expression for some of us, especially. It's a good slogan, it's a good buzz expression, but what did it really mean? The first thing to state is that there are several, just as there are several African cultures, there are also several African personalities. We were tossed between what you might call the purest sense of race recognition, the black race, the African race. And then there was a Pan-African dimension, which embraced also the diaspora. Now, on the continent itself, of course, we had sections like the Arab world, which in our estimate was already fulfilling itself in terms of self-identity. Culturally, even politically, it was struggling out of a period of a semi-feudal and theocratic state. Things were happening in the Arab world, on the African continent. So sometimes when we said the African personality, we refused to accept the Arab. We said, listen, they've already gone far enough. We need a lot of catching up. And for that, the African personality was limited very strictly to the black African personality. The Arabs, even though they occupy the African continent, for me, we believe that they belong to another world. But the black world also, we extended beyond the Atlantic. The black world for us meant the diaspora, whether in the United States of America, whether in Cuba, whether in Brazil, Jamaica. For us, this was the real African personality. So you see, there was already a clash in terms of conceptualization of who we were, what we were, and how we wanted to head, what kind of culture we wanted to create. A very distinct, very unique one. It was a period of search, of quest for identity, for replacement of what we knew had been taken away by the European world, especially during the period of colonialism.
There were very deep cultural ideologies, negritude, and you even had issues, Anglophone, Francophone, as to where you should stand collectively. And this also led to resistance in ideas and sometimes clashes. personality-wise, ideology-wise?
Well, let me say that we were very impatient, at least my section, very impatient with Francophonie, Anglophonie, Lusophone, as far as we were concerned. These were mere temporary aberrations. That beneath it all, there was that unique conglomerate of African virtues and worldviews. This is one of the reasons why we created the Union of Writers of the African Peoples, for instance. And we began trying to use African language as much as possible, at least in terms of recognizing one another. That's when I wrote my long poem, Ogun Abibima, and we said, the people of Africa are the Ebibirim. I'm a Yoruba, but I borrowed that language from Ghana. And this is one of the ways in which we try to pull ourselves together and just put aside Francophonie, Anglophonie. But there was a problem there. There was a problem there because there were different forms of colonialism. There was settler colonialism, there was métissage, of course, there was even some kind of syncretism, and then there was the outright, what I call real cultural colonization, which was peculiar very much to the French. And inevitably, of course, that gave rise to negritude. Now, on the Anglophone side, we were, you see, the British were so arrogant, they felt, which was marvelous for us, because they felt, oh, these natives, they cannot really come up, they cannot absorb European culture, and so the British did a kind of surrogate control, to sort of second-tier control, in which they isolated just a few people and used them as a kind of barely tolerated ruling class. But the rest they left alone in their cultures. The French were different. The French wanted to make every black person, if possible, French. To be considered human, you had to be as French as possible. They even set their colonial subject tests to transit from being this primitive black person into the white French cultured society. They even made their subjects take tests. Not just, I'm not talking academic tests alone. I mean, your French had to be impeccable. But in addition, you had to hold your fork in a particular way. You had to use your serviette in a particular way. And your district officer who did the test then wrote a report and said, this one is ready to be French. And so you pass, and you left the others behind. We, on the other hand, we didn't undergo that. So we were very impatient with this thing called negritude. We said, negritude? I never lost my negritude, so why am I to go looking for it? I'm more interested in what's happening right here now between my rulers and myself. That was the difference. But later, of course, as we got to know each other, one another very well, Lusophone, we recognized this difference. And so negritude and that word, tigritude, came closer together to form what I eventually call the black beatitude. That's the one you haven't heard before.
This brings me to the tools of your business.
The tools?
The tools of culture, languages. When the Institute of African Studies was set up in Accra, at Legon, and the Institute of African Studies was set up in Ibadan, the idea was that these will be institutes that will help with the preservation of African languages. And then the School of Oriental and African Studies, which had been long-standing, was the best place to study African languages. And now, Harvard University teaches more African languages than any other university in the world. Does it surprise you? Was there anything in the air that at your time prompted you to this possibility?
This was very much on the horizon. As writers, of course, language is our tool. Then the question is, what language? Then also, what purpose is that language supposed to serve? This is not a rhetorical question. It's very important because when the Union of Writers of African Peoples, for instance, took the decision to have a single language, common language among the black, south of the Sahara, and we decided on Kiswahili after studying clinically the various languages, we decided that this was the most appropriate communication tool between the various indigenous languages as well as the colonial languages, which were still in effect. But when we went to Angola, for instance, to meet the liberation fighters there, we had one of these meetings, working strategies, and of course culture was a very important part, as you know, of the liberation struggle. And we met the Angolans. I remember distinctly, they looked at us and we came very proudly, you know, we'd done our work, our research, and we said, Kiswahili. So we wanted a resolution from everybody that all literatures will be translated into Kiswahili, we'll compel or persuade schools to teach Kiswahili as a compulsory language, if necessary, take out one of the other subjects to make room for it, etc. We had the whole schedule all worked out. So they said, listen, we are involved in the liberation struggle. We have taken the Portuguese language and we're using that language as an instrument of liberation, of contact. In other words, we're using this language even against our own oppressors. If we decide now to adopt a common language, we're taking energy, strategy, resources away, we're creating suspicion among the various ethnic groups. It's better for us to continue with Portuguese. We can pick up this, your marvelous idea later on, but right now. So you see, it wasn't always as simple as many people think, you know. Some thought it's just a romantic idea, but it was also an economic idea. If you can, for instance, translate not just what is being produced now, but history, even scientific subjects, you translate them, you have one common language, you're already producing more material of teaching, of enlightenment, which is very good for the economy. It's good for printers, it's good for booksellers, it's good for bookshops, it's good for the writers also. Your royalties increase just a little bit. And so all these various factors guided or sort of influenced our decisions at that time. But there's no question at all in my mind, and I'm sure you agree with this, that language itself is an instrument, not just of livelihood. It's also of struggle, it's a language of economics, it's a language, it's an instrument of science, of teaching, of understanding. It even affects the human psyche, which means it also affects the collective psyche, binds people together or separates people. And so it was a period of great excitation because you kept picking up ideas, weighing them, trying them out, and being honest enough to say, this works, this doesn't work, this is more productive, even in other directions than within the discipline itself, etc., etc.
When Death and the King's Horseman was published, and it was later translated into Yoruba, it made huge headlines. And you made a remark when it was said that it was so well translated that, well, it was being translated back into the language in which you took your inspiration from.
Oh, you're talking about specifically about Death and the King's Horseman.
Death and the King's Horseman.
Yes, that's right. Yes, this again was one of the interesting questions. As you know, I've done a lot of translation myself. Fagunwa, I've translated many of his works. And it becomes almost a new material when you're translating. In this particular case, however, when Akinshola translated this play, Death and the King's Horseman, critics asked him, and also consumers, didn't you find Wole Soyinka's English a little bit difficult to translate? And he said, no, at least not as far as this play is concerned. And that's when he made that statement. He said, I merely translated back a play which he had conceived in Yoruba. So I just took it back. I knew exactly what he was saying, what the words in English meant. So I said, there was no problem at all. I was able to give it back in Yoruba. And I think this sometimes is the case with translations. Not always. Not always, I must insist. And not in my case, I don't think not all translators will say the same of everything I've written.
So when Ngugi wa Thiong'o campaigns on decolonization of language and writes in Kikuyu, and then it gets translated into English so that there will be a wider readership, what then becomes of the language in which it was written? That is the original language in which he wrote.
Oh, that must always be preserved. And one of the decisions which we took was that no language must be allowed to die. That writers must continue to be encouraged to write in their own indigenous language. But of course, to make that work accessible, you've got to translate into other languages. Translation itself is a creative process in many instances. And UNESCO has been very, very positive about that. I mean, UNESCO does have that unwritten policy of the preservation of all languages. And why not? I mean, the language itself is a tool, is a creative tool. So why should you discard one tool in favor of another? I don't see why one shouldn't even give oneself the pleasure of reading a work. I have done, reading a work in French, and then saying, let me see how it reads in Spanish, how it reads in Twi, how it reads in Ewe, how it reads in Hausa, how it reads in Yoruba. You get different kinds of, shall we say, vibes very often from reading these translations. And also, let me tell you something. If you happen to be in prison detention and you want to keep what you're writing secretly, it's useful to have more than one language because you can fool your captors when you do your writing.
Well, as you're talking of UNESCO, we must as well look at the issue of cultural patrimony. We've been talking a lot these days about the return of stolen or looted art objects. You wrote in You Must Set Forth at Dawn the pain you went through when some of your artworks were stolen. Now, we are into a century, perhaps even more. People are talking of the return of the Benin bronze, the Ashanti regalia, and these are critical issues that we talk about. In Africa itself, there is no positive emotions in terms of the leadership reaction to some of these debates, and it's been ongoing for a very long time. What, in your view, should be the case? That items should be kept where the future could make use of them, or they should be kept in geographic locations of the originators?
Let me say this straight away. When your artworks, I mean the physical artworks, and in fact, always remember that heritage is more than just the physical one. We'll come to what UNESCO calls the non-material heritage as well. That's more complicated. But let's talk now about the physical artworks. When those works, which are a precipitate of your philosophy, your worldview, your very humanity, when they're taken away from you, especially when they're forcibly taken, when they're taken away from the environment, which makes them part and parcel of your very human existence and value, something is cut off you. You're no longer whole. You're no longer entire. If you're not aware of it, that's all right. But if you know that something which speaks to your culture, your history, your people, your worldview, is sitting somewhere else. You even see it there when you travel. There's a kind of violation, a very deep violation, which you cannot really totally overcome. You go home, you leave it there, but the memory of that thing, which is part of you, which has been just violently taken away from you, lingers. I've made people talk about reparations a lot. It'll never go, that word will never go away. It's part of it's part of the negative legacy that the world, with which the world has been burdened. As talk of reparations, and I've always proposed that, look, let the European world and the Asian world also, because some of the artworks are also in that area, let them just give back everything which has been stolen, and we will consider that. We're willing to promote the idea that that is reparations. And so we'll be ready to forgive the European world, even their horrors, the horror they imposed on us from colonialism, and we'll say that this is a fair exchange. You've finally made reparations because you've given back the spiritual legacy of the people, of which you rubbished when you took away those pieces. And we have envisioned, okay, this is part and parcel of what we sometimes have described as the grand voyage of return, in which the diaspora, especially those of them who have never accepted the fact that outside is home, outside Africa is home, in which we'll launch a ritual kind of return, a kind of return voyage home along the slave routes. And we've spoken about, and in fact we have had one or two trial runs, very short runs, along this line, a boat in which this teaching is both leisure and teaching seminars, exhibitions, workshops, performances of all kinds, music, cuisine, African body art during that voyage. And prominent among the exhibitions on this kind of vessel that we're talking about would be an exhibition of works on their return journey home, where they belong. So just as the offspring of slaves are also making that journey back, their cultural and spiritual precipitates, which we call the artworks, are accompanying them on the way back, in addition to modern works, in addition to other modern productivity, music, the whole lot. It'll be a kind of armada of return, and it'll become a kind of annual voyage. Each time, maybe this year, Netherlands will return, we'll have a special gallery displaying the works which Netherlands, and then next maybe Britain, maybe families, you'd be surprised what exists in terms of family collection. I mean, they really robbed that continent blind.
Yes,
and they're glorying in it. Yeah.
That is true, but we'll come back to this again, Prof. But before then, it fell on your generation when the Organization of African Unity, again, entrusted this project to some of your colleagues. The late historian Edu Buahin, Ali Mazuri, Jacob Ajay, and others were funded by Chief Abiola to look into the issue of reparation. These days it's called restitution, but to look into the issue of reparation and what will come back. The verdict of this eminent committee of scholars of your generation was that the leadership of Africa itself wasn't very keen. Their reports were not critically looked at, and the logistics that they were supposed to put into this project were never put into the project. So at the end, it died naturally. This is something that has to be campaigned on. And if you want objects that were stolen, that were looted, there must be some level of seriousness, some level of positive emotions from the cortex that these were taken from. If not, the other side sees it as just an argument. Is that not the case?
There were many complications, there still are, over the issue of reparations. You have people asking, and not rhetorically, saying, when you say reparations, are you saying payment? I mean, for me, that's just a crude concept of reparations. And this is why, for instance, my emphasis has been on returning all stolen artifacts, in outside African continent, sending them back where they belong. Because for me, reparations it's not about money. I mean, how do you pay back? How do you compensate the millions of lives that were taken away, minds that were taken away from this continent? How do you quantify it? Okay, within the United States, they had this ridiculous thing when abolition took place. Was it 4 acres or 10 acres and a mule? You give that to somebody and you say, that's what you take for an entire life, which has been just destroyed, an entire generation, an entire sense of being. You just cannot quantify it. And so all you can do is take the symbolic route. And the symbolic route for me has always been the return. I mean, other people will have other ideas, but the symbolic route is that the return of those artworks and doing it in a way which engages the productive energies, the innovation capabilities of the people themselves. Now, that is one of the problems of reparations. Next, there was an attempt to dichotomize shall we say, the looting nations. Those who took away black Africans were not just Europeans. You had a prior slave culture going on between the Arab world and the black world. That history is a very bleak one. And even after the European world abolished slavery, slavery still went on across the Sahara to some of the Arab nations. Till today, you still have slavery. You have slave markets. Many people don't know this. You have actual slave markets in countries like Libya. Our Minister for the Diaspora has done a lot of work rescuing some of our people from slavery in many other parts of the African continent. So there was a problem, a kind of what I call the dubious solidarity issue, in which people like Abiola, for instance, let's get down to brass tacks, said, oh, we don't have to worry about Arab reparations from the Arab world. And another school of thought said, wait a minute. Anybody who has violated the humanity of the black people as a race has got to make reparations, otherwise forget it. So they had that problem also. The other issues were minor, like, for instance, the European world having the arrogance to say, oh, if we send those things back, how do we know you will be able to preserve them? I mean, that's very condescending and ridiculous one. So that could be ignored. The Axum obelisk has been returned. We haven't heard that termites ate the obelisk. And here and there, when works of art have been returned, if you go there, you see them being preserved. So that argument just never stood. They just don't want to let go, that's all. Museums, you pay to enter museums, they're making money, and they don't want to lose the revenue from people coming to see those artworks. But within also, however, we have a problem of internal reparations. Those who, we're talking about the leaders who didn't want to follow up on the whole issue of reparations. I brought something for you, which you see how our own leaders treat even the accessible heritage of our own society. Take history, for instance. Would you be surprised to learn that in Nigeria, for about 10 years, history was banned in the schools? Many of us didn't know. We just, by accident, I think it was the governor who said he was going to put back history in the school curriculum. And we said, putting back history, you've never left it. They left it. There was a military regime which, for its own very warped interest, actually banned the teaching of history in schools. Let me just read this portion to you. I remarked earlier that some of the culture suppressors whom I have cited above has made a blatant effort to suppress history. And of course, I refer to history itself as a crucial component of art and culture, be this in the literary, musical, or iconographic art. And then I cite the Eva Valley massacre by the British colonial powers. I cite the transformation of such history at the hands of musicians, theater goers. I speak about the history of Queen Amina, whose full story has never yet been used. In other words, I'm outlining the fact that the so-called intangible heritage also is also a crucial, critical armory of literary production. And I'm not talking just about literary plays, historical plays as such. No, the very accessibility of this historical material inspires writers, inspires artists, inspires musicians, provides cheap, easy to reach material so you don't go looking for material outside the continent. By contrast, what do our leaders do? What do they do to Maina, for instance, in Kenya? He was trying to study the fauna and flora of Kenyan landscape. He was jailed. He was accused of subversive activities. The president, I remember at the time, said, if you really want to study forestry, we can pay for you to go to Canada. But this one was there. He said he was going to consult with subversive elements. That's why he was going to the forest. You see, the memory can also play a negative thing. All they could think of was the Mau Mau, who were, of course, forest people and so on. They say, oh, yes, because the scholar was there. But he was digging out material. And the same thing with those who try to rewrite the history, let's say, of the Angolan struggle, the liberation struggle in Namibia, etc. You find leaders saying, no, you cannot touch it. And the writers either end up in jail or end up, in some cases, dead. Let's not talk about Idi Amin and what he did to writers who dared to try and write about the history of liberation in that part of the world. So it's not just external despoliation and suppression of our history. Our own leaders themselves, they have contributed negatively to the preservation of our heritage. So when you when you speak about the leaders not being all that keen on reparations, maybe they think that if some artifacts come back, and those artifacts, shall we say, artifacts which denote the, shall we say, the militant history of the nations, they think it might give people, writers, artists, musicians, ideas, which is very stupid, because you cannot suppress memory. You cannot suppress oral history anyway, any more than you can suppress the existence of those artifacts which actually narrate the history of Black Africans.
Yes, we will come to heritage again shortly. But if we go back and look at cultural data, for instance, and we look at what we have at the School of Oriental and African Studies in London, we're talking about over 70 pre-publication manuscripts. Pre-publication manuscripts of your generation, of typesets, of octorial corrections of some of the early manuscripts that were done in the 50s and 60s. Talking of Chuno Achebe's Bewell Soul Brother. We're talking of papers by Ali Mazuri. We're talking of Ngugi wa Thiong'o's Weep Not Child, where the original manuscripts are kept. And they were acquired legitimately. We also talking about Ali Manzuri, who is giving his papers to his old university in New York. We're talking of Kofi Annan's UN documents are in New York. And I'm sure some of your papers are also at Harvard. But in your case, at least, we have some of these which are part of the Bookcraft series on interventions, which Bankole has been working on for years. So there is a situation or contemporary sense in which these are legitimately being acquired. And do you think they are safer there or they should be where they should be? Ali Manzuri says that he wouldn't want his papers to be in Kenya where they will be eaten by cockroaches. And that he will prefer these papers to be in New York, but accessible to Africans, because he thought a new generation of Africans will come who will find this useful and who will then struggle to bring them back to the homeland.
You touched on a very sensitive issue. Writers and scholars, they don't have much money. You didn't mention money. And very often, these institutions outside make writers and scholars offers they cannot refuse. There needs to be a concerted policy. We had a military ruler in Nigeria not very long ago. And he had, as a kind of prime minister, somebody who thought positively along these lines. And that he was an economist. He's a friend of mine. He managed to persuade this leader, this ruler, that he should set aside some fund for the acquisition of papers of Nigerian writers. And in fairness to that ruler, he agreed and he did set aside this fund. Top on the list, of course, were Chuno Achebe, myself, a few others. And we'd agreed. These papers were to be brought, Nigerian stored there, the museum was to be invited, the curators, etc. Everything was in place. One day, I found myself, and we were even told, he went so far, we were told to give our bank accounts so that the money could be paid. And I did. I was then teaching in the United States. And one day, I found myself sending a letter to the bank. I said, in case some money is comes in at any time from Nigeria, please send it back immediately. Now, what happened? It just so happened that at that time, a journalist was bombed out of existence, and the finger of guilt pointed to a force within that military regime, and I wasn't satisfied with the measures being taken. There was guilt all over the place, fingerprints of guilt all over the place, and I did not want to be associated with that regime in that way. I didn't want to take any money from them, so I immediately stopped it. and told that his right-hand person that I no longer wanted to sell my papers to the Nigerian government, not as long as there's a military government anyway. I can tell you that that is what killed that particular scheme, because the moment I pulled out, then everything, they said, well, if I wasn't going to agree. So it isn't that there have been efforts, it's just that our dealings with leadership are so rocky that one, from time to time, we just feel even dishonored to be associated with some of them. But if a holistic process were to be launched, where there is a policy of acquisition, including even papers which have been sold already outside, I think most of us will be most readily accept. And I mean, why should I want my papers, for instance, outside, if they could be kept here and I should be compensated for them? I mean, I sweated to produce those papers. I'm not about to dash them to anyone. These are practical issues, at least not while politicians are going abroad for their health trips, you know, health tourism and so on, and hospitals are not being built. Why should I give my papers away to a government like that? So it's more complicated than anything else. But now that you've touched on it, I think maybe as a kind of policy of the AU, principles should be laid down and funds should be set aside so that we don't succumb to the euros and dollars and sterling of the outside world. Yeah. Writers must eat.
Good. Let's come back to the issue of heritage again.
Of what?
Of heritage.
Yes.
You've been traveling. In the last a month or so, you've been in Morocco, you've been in Egypt, you've been in Brazil, talking about issues to do with Africans who found themselves there centuries ago, the diaspora. And you've been engaged in projects of big dimensions, of trying to unite Africans on the mainland and those with ancestry across the Americas. Can you tell us what this really is about, and at this time?
Well, for me, it's the most logical kind of sensibility. I come from a society, like you do also, which has been subjected to centuries of racial disdain. I think we're the only, well, apart from the Slavs, from which the word slave is supposed to have emanated, but in actual, you know, in what you might call the mundane, day-to-day conception, sensation, the word slave, that is the diminution of humanism, of one's humanity, is one which sticks, whether we like it or not, to the black world, to the black population, the black race. That is a fact. We had the internal slavery, even in South Africa, in which the South African majority was considered a fraction of the normal human being. In the United States, they even had taken it down during the slave era to a mathematical proportion. A black man is so and so percentage of an ordinary person. So you grew up, if you have any sense of history, and you are within the culture, and you see the product of your own society, of your own history, you know that civilizations have existed on this continent. Never mind if some parts have been inundated as a result of hydroelectric installations like the Aswan Dam, for instance. And so you become very aggressive, very obsessed about a recovery of the totality of what has been stolen away from your heritage. I have never looked at the outside world, the blacks in the outside world, as lost. Each time I go to the Caribbean or the United States of America and I meet black people, I feel that these belong to me. These are part and parcel of me. And any kind of mechanism which makes it possible for them to feel also a part of this society, I believe should be pursued. I always refer, for instance, look at when the Haitian, that horrendous earthquake of Haiti. I mean, one of the greatest moments of African leadership for me was when President Wade opened the gates of Senegal to get Haitian refugees and used the expression, he said, "You are not strangers, you're family. Those of you who want to return to the African continent, we're going to give you portions of land. It's not that we're doing you a favor. No, no, no. You're merely reclaiming your heritage." That's the kind of sensibility which I like to see in leadership. And we have so much also to claim as our own. One of my people ask me sometimes, what is your favorite poem? What is your this? And one recent one which I wrote, which is now my favorite, is La Ferrière, which is a poem to the citadel of King Christophe, the slave, the leader, who defeated the French when the French wanted to re-enslave Haiti, the Haitians, and he humiliated the French. And he built this incredible citadel in, what's the name of the little place? Anyway, this is incredible, which the whole world goes to study. It's not just a tourist place. Scientists, mathematicians, architects, they go to study what King Christophe built. And so that link, pride in what they achieved over there, I consider part of my heritage. And so when they're in trouble, when they suffer such a devastating reverse, for me, it's the most natural thing in the world. In fact, it's a responsibility for Africa to open its gates to all those people. Hence my obsession with this grand voyage home, in which I wish to see this regular concourse between the African continent and the diaspora. That's why when we created the Union of Writers of the African Peoples, we moved immediately to create its sister scientific organization under Sheikh Anta Diop. And if you remember, we undertook a trip around the diaspora trying to entice back the scientists.
He would have been 100 years this year if he were alive.
And unfortunately, the leadership counts so much. The leader at that time, we're always fighting, but I always give him that credit, one general. I won't mention his name, but I always give him that credit, that he backed that initiative. And he provided the funds for Professor Jeje, who was a biochemist, and myself to travel through the diaspora, talking to the scientists to come to Sheikh Anta Diop sister organization. I believe that ultimately the salvation of this continent rests on our being able to associate in a very direct, productive, not just rhetorical level, but creatively, technologically, scientifically, with our extension in the diaspora.
You once said, maybe some applause. You once said that you are very much at home when you go to Jamaica because you see Yoruba rituals side by side with Roman Catholic liturgy. And for you, that is one visible sign of what went on in the past in Africa and what got transported into the Caribbean and the Americas. I think you were then going to do a documentary of the Yoruba influence in Jamaica.
No, it's not because you say I feel very glad, very happy. No, it's not because this Yoruba religion syncretized with the Roman Catholic religion. No, it's because the Yoruba culture proves itself as one of the most resilient cultures in the world. Traveled across the Atlantic and triumphed over the tyranny of Roman Catholicism through the syncretic way, fused in so many instances. But in addition, established communities which are recognizably, till today, African, that is Yoruba. There are also Congolese sections and so on, but the most vibrant and the most artistically productive just happens to be, not my fault that I'm Yoruba, so it's not that I'm being chauvinistic, but clinically, scientifically, cut it any way you want. The Yoruba culture in the Caribbean, both Latin America, South America, Brazil, Cuba, Colombia, even in Colombia, find Yoruba culture there, both in the syncretic form and also in its pure form. And it's something, I think, which belongs to all of the African continent. It just happens to be Yoruba, that's all. I make a point of pointing to the world, of remarking to the world, that among all the religions that we know, one among a few others, but most prominently, the spirituality of the Yoruba, the religion of the Yoruba, is one religion which has never fought a war, attempted to conquer any people, convert forcibly any people, and yet, despite that repudiation of violence, it has managed to survive and even to convert others in the New World. It's a lesson for these much vaunted, quote-unquote, world religions, Christianity and Islam, to take from the Yoruba. We don't have jihadists, we don't have crusaders, we don't have violent fundamentalists. It's just there. It's a spirituality which appeals, interestingly enough, even to non-Africans. And of course, the culture which has come from that, the artworks, music, even the architecture. But if I go on, they'll say it's because I'm Yoruba now.
We will close this conversation, but we will do so on the note of the role of women in the arts. Last week, Amatiedu passed on in Accra, joining such distinguished ancestors like Flora Mwapa, Ifua Sutherland, Maria Mamba, and others. You have said that the future of Africa literature is in the hands of contemporary African women. Do you still think it's the case?
Yes, yes. I don't know what they're giving these women to eat these days. We have to look out. They really are overtaken fast. And believe me, there are some really delightful and very accomplished literature is coming from the women, which is a good thing. Which is about time that it makes me very proud. Very proud.
On that note, Professor Shoyinka, I would like to thank you on behalf of the bank for honoring this conversation. It's been good talking to you again.
Great. Thank you.
I think we're done.
Once more, ladies and gentlemen, the great Wole Soyinka. Thank you very much, Prof, for that. Yeah, you can come this way, Prof. Thank you. Now, before we go into the final panel session, Delivering the Vision, Corporate Perspectives, to set the scene, we have a very short speech from the Minister of Commerce, SMEs, Entrepreneurship of the great nation of Gabon. He's also the chair of the Council of Ministers for the AFCFTA. So would you please welcome to the podium His Excellency Yves Fernand Mamfoubi.
your perspective, what is required?
Yeah. No.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du gouvernement, Monsieur le Président Mamadou Issoufou, champion de la ZLECAf, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de la ZLECAf, Monsieur le Président de l'Afreximbank, distingués invités à vos rangs, qualités respectifs, Mesdames et Messieurs. Il m'est particulièrement agréable de me retrouver parmi vous ce jour, à l'occasion de la 30e anniversaire de l'Afreximbank, et de partager avec vous ces instants privilégiés. Je saisis cette opportunité pour remercier l'Afreximbank pour avoir invité le Gabon à prendre part à cet événement. Aussi, me ferai-je le devoir d'adresser toutes mes félicitations à Afreximbank au nom des États membres de la ZLECAf pour son rôle essentiel dans le processus d'accompagnement de l'accélération de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf. Permettez-moi également de remercier les autorités du Ghana pour avoir facilité l'organisation de cette importante rencontre. Mesdames et Messieurs, il m'a été demandé d'évoquer avec vous les attentes des gouvernements africains du secteur privé pour une croissance soutenue et inclusive. Je demeure convaincu que c'est le secteur privé qui crée la richesse, qui crée les emplois et donc la croissance. En ma qualité de président du Conseil des ministres de la ZLECAf, nous avons convenu de l'adoption des protocoles d'accord essentiels à l'accélération de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf, à savoir les protocoles d'investissement, le protocole sur la propriété intellectuelle et le protocole sur la concurrence. En ce qui concerne particulièrement le protocole sur les investissements, nous attendons une forte implication du secteur privé qui devrait s'approprier ces outils et créer des chaînes de valeur à travers la transformation et l'industrialisation. Dans ce cadre, par exemple, le secteur agroalimentaire, le secteur privé est très attendu dans la production agricole pour la substitution des importations. La récente situation en Ukraine en est la parfaite illustration. Il en est de même du secteur pharmaceutique. Le secteur privé devrait s'engager dans la production des médicaments et autres dispositifs médicaux nécessaires au bien-être des populations africaines. Pour le secteur des services, la crise actuelle a révélé l'importance de développer le numérique et de ce fait, le secteur privé est invité à s'impliquer davantage dans ce secteur par la création et le développement des start-up, véritables catalyseurs de l'ensemble des initiatives privées. Il en est de même du transport. Le secteur des transports est essentiel pour garantir l'approvisionnement et la libre circulation des biens et des personnes aussi au sein du continent, avec son corollaire, le développement des corridors. Pour assurer un développement global et inclusif, les structures de financement telles qu'Afreximbank devraient pouvoir s'engager à accompagner un écosystème entrepreneurial des petites et moyennes entreprises africaines dans le développement de l'ensemble de ces secteurs. Mesdames et Messieurs, il nous appartient à tous de conjuguer efficacement nos efforts afin de déplacer les lignes qui vont nous permettre un atterrissage réussi. Et le chemin est déjà balisé à travers l'initiative du commerce guidé où 7 pays ont commencé à commercer entre eux. Avec l'implication du secteur privé, il est attendu une impulsion forte pour développer les échanges afin de parvenir à une croissance durable et inclusive interafricaine. C'est aussi l'opportunité d'engager Afreximbank, la Banque africaine de développement et bien d'autres partenaires techniques et financiers à continuer à soutenir les actions de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, mais également des pays à promouvoir ce commerce panafricain à travers le développement des programmes nationaux. C'est donc convaincu de cette forte implication de toutes et de tous et du génie créateur africain que je pense que le secteur privé pourrait aisément se développer. Et effectivement, mesdames et messieurs, nous attendons de ce secteur privé une implication. Une implication parce qu'elle crée effectivement la richesse, une implication parce que c'est elle aussi qui est source de la croissance économique entendue par nos pays. Et pour que le secteur privé s'engage, il est tout à fait important que les gouvernements puissent mettre en place un écosystème et un cadre institutionnel adapté et faire en sorte que ce que nous attendons d'eux se fasse. Voici ce que je tenais à partager avec vous. Je vous remercie.
Once more for Yves Fernand Mamfoubi, the Minister of Commerce, SMEs and Entrepreneurship of Gabon. Thank you very much for setting the scene for the final plenary session. It is called Delivering the Vision, Corporate Perspectives. And this session starts with a simple truth. Africa's companies have the power to transform Africa's economies. They can boost prosperity, create millions of jobs, enable our citizens to thrive. Just look at China. Over the past decade, as the economy grew, so too did the corporations. Millions moved from small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, to being multinationals. So this session, as I said, is called Delivering the Vision, and we're going to get the perspectives from leaders and thinkers in business on everything from the state of play of African corporates today to the ambitions of the AFCFTA. We have a great anchor too. I'm going to welcome to the stage your moderator for this session. She'll be a face you'll know if you watch BBC News. She's BBC News anchor Lukwesa Borak. Give her a round of applause, please.
The clip, I just put it inside. No, what I mean is, this just goes inside. No. Is that fine?
Thank you very much. I don't know if can you hear me? Am I clear? There we are.
Okay.
Hello, and thank you for staying. It's been a busy day. We've heard some fascinating insights and reflections today.
Sure.
I would like to crack on with this final session because we have wonderful access here to some of the greatest and inspiring people within the private sector, but they've also worked in the public sector as well. So joining me up here on the stage, I have Mr. Nyi John Olajide, who is the founder and CEO of Access Group. We also have Mr. Adam Malloy, who is the chairman of TRT Investment, Mrs. Rosa Whitaker, the president and CEO of the Whitaker Group, Gabiasare Otochere Darko, the chairman of the Africa Prosperity Network, and also Ms. Arunma Ote, who is the chairperson of Veritas and also a scholar of the University of Oxford. And you will have come across Ms. Ote in various international financial institutions, national as well. So let us crack on. Welcome, panelists, welcome. Some of you are familiar faces, we are old friends, and a warm hello to new acquaintances. First thing I'm going to do, and I'm going to start with yourself and we'll work across. When I first started working, I was 10 years old. And my first job, my first moment of entrepreneurship was to get our gardener to collect baobab when he went out. And I cracked them and I repackaged them and I took them to school, 20 cents a bag. I then went on to become a newspaper delivery girl and I peeled and chopped potatoes for that great British institution, Fish and Chips. What was your first job? What did you learn from it? And what did you spend your first salary and paycheck on?
Well, that is a very good question. Thank you, and happy anniversary, Afreximbank. My first job was when I was 14 years old, and I actually worked in a senior citizens home. And I'm not trying to be cheeky, but I learned that it was one of my best jobs because my job was to provide recreational assistance to people who were in the twilight of their lives. And honestly, I learned more that summer from largely women, old women, some that knew they were close to even death. In one summer, I got more lessons than a year or two in college.
Thank you for the question. And first of all, I want to congratulate Afreximbank, President Orama, and the board and everyone else for 30 years of incredible work and just bringing such an esteemed group of people together. Great question. My response will be more nuanced. And the reason is my parents owned their own business growing up, so it was more of some child labor in my case. They were distributors for Unilever, and every day, you know, it was all cash at the time, and so they'll bring cash home. And after doing all my homework every night, one of the things that I had to do was, you know, they'll dump all the cash on the floor in the room, and our job was to clean them and bundle it up, tally it up, and then the next morning on my way to school, I had to stop by the bank, make a deposit, and then move on. So I did that growing up. And at some point, as I would go to the stores with my parents, I decided that I wanted to start making my own money, and I had them give me an opportunity to run a storefront. And so, for example, if my parents told me here, this item is 1,000 naira at the time, and their markup was 10%. My job was to return 1,000 naira and 10%. So what I'll do is mark it up 15, 20%. I'll keep the profits and hand my parents back. So I was 12 years old at this time when I was doing that. And so I've always had a feel for having cash on me all the time. So anywhere I go, there's always cash in my pocket. There's quite some cash here as well. So I did that too. And then about the same age, around the neighborhood in Nigeria, we do Christmas cards and turkeys for Christmas. So I started that business as well. I'll take orders way before the holidays from the neighbors and deliver greeting cards to them and turkeys to them. And as I reflect on all that now, I just realized on the stage that the seeds of my serial entrepreneurship were sowed a long time ago when I was a kid. So it's a nuanced answer, but those are some of the things that I've done in my life.
So Olajide, thank you very much. Mr. Malloy.
You know, I could relate to his child labor. That's how I was raised. Well, congratulations again to Afreximbank on this 30th anniversary. I think for me, I mean, I grew up in a small township, in a small agricultural town, and my father ran a supermarket. And in Zimbabwe at that time, you know, there were shortages of various commodities, and I remember one particular one. I was still 10. I had to work, but I didn't get paid. But if I wanted anything in my father's shop, I had to pay. So I didn't know how that would work, and I had to make a plan. And the first one was there was a shortage of matches. And back then, the Lion matches were marked 5 cents. And there was a regional bus stop that was about a kilometer away. So I'd have a big box of matches rung through the till because you would not walk out of my father's shop without paying. And then would go and sell them to each one at 20 cents a piece because they were in short supply. So that's when I learned the whole concept of arbitrage. And from where I come from, arbitrage has turned out to be a very important concept. And I think that is what forced me into entrepreneurship because I had to find a way to survive and enjoy what the other young people enjoyed when they got pocket money, but I had to work for mine.
Mr. Malloy, thank you very much. I wonder if I could move on to Mr. Ochere Danko now.
Well, thank you. Mine is actually a funny story. I needed money to have fun. And there was a particular young lady I was interested in. I was a teenager. And my mother would not subsidize it. So I went to work at McDonald's. Okay? And on my second day, a teenager, came to McDonald's with her friends, and she saw me serving And they laughed at her so much that I lost her. Now, it actually, I got embarrassed at the beginning, but I thought, wait a minute, I can make some money here. So I stayed at work and lost her. And eventually, after a month or so, because I was also a student, after a month or so, a post came in through the door. And I think those were the days that Margaret Thatcher had started privatization. And I think it was the British Telecom. There was a post that I could subscribe to hold shares in it. And the money that I made from working at McDonald's, I put in there.
Wow.
And that's how it started. But the interesting thing is that you can see the difference between students in maybe UK and students here in Ghana. It is actually very difficult for a student, because I did my O-levels here in Ghana. There's no way I could have gotten a part-time job to subsidize whatever I wanted to do that my parents couldn't do for me. But I noticed that when I went back to the UK, I could do so. I could work part-time and still be a student. So it goes back to how we industrialize, diversify the economy so we can create more job opportunities for the young people of Africa.
Thank you very much.
Wow. I know why I was placed right after him. But first of all, to Professor Rama, Dr. Fulfak, and the Afreximbank team, congratulations on 30 years of just being innovative of how you bring Africa together. So I have two jobs that I had to be able to earn my pocket money. My father, I grew up in Kano in Nigeria, and my father is an engineer, but worked for the civil service. So to complement my parents, to complement their income, my mother was a nurse. They had a block molding factory, and they also invested in the Nigerian stock market. So I had two jobs that would help me earn my pocket money. One was to go and man the block molding site and be able to write down what customers were looking for and all of that. And the other was basically to read the annual reports of the companies that my parents had invested in and make summaries. And my father was looking for the third child. He tried on my oldest sister, my immediate oldest sister, to become an engineer. And so I was the one he was banking on. But after spending time in a block molding site, I decided that finance was more interesting and exciting, and of course spent most of my career in finance.
You also wanted to be an inventor, didn't you?
You know that, yes, you know that. Do you want to hear that story? I'll be very brief. Okay. So my mother wanted me to be a medical doctor. My father wanted me to be an engineer. And I said, in boarding school, I went to the guidance counselor and was like, I don't want to be an engineer. My father was like, everything was so logical. And I didn't want to be in a hospital. And I said to the guidance counselor, said, okay, what do you want to be? I said, I want to be an inventor. Voila. Almost 50 years on, I haven't been an inventor. My sister says I'm working for development banks. I used to invent papers. So.
Never too late. Never too late. Okay, Mr. Olajide, obviously your main area is software engineering. Now, it's interesting because this is a notoriously young sector. You draw from a young pool. And yet there is this misconception, isn't there, that when you look at GDP and growth on the African continent, many countries will say, well, we can't do it because we've got a population that is skewed to an overly young, growing population. I mean, how true is that? And is that really the cause of hindering growth in a country? I mean, how key are the young, and what role will they play in delivering the AFCFTA?
Excellent, great question.
You know, having such a youthful population on the African continent is a tremendous, tremendous advantage globally. There are lots of countries in the West and other places where it's an aging population and you have a lot more young people working to support larger, older people. So in that case, there's a distortion. And they're not seeing the growth that they need, and they're very concerned about their futures. In Africa, we're gifted with this blessing of an incredibly young, vibrant, expressive youthful population, and what we need to do is take advantage of that opportunity that we have. So I don't want to talk in abstract terms or policies. I want to talk about what I'm doing, what others are doing, in real tangible terms that we can all understand. You're right. One of the companies that I'm mostly known for is Access, the global healthcare technology company, the leader in the world in technology for healthcare at home. And as part of that global healthcare delivery infrastructure, we have operations all over the world, including Nigeria, large business in India, in the Philippines, Canada, and we're the leader in the world at what we do. Now, as we've done more work on the African continent, I've learned so much. And as we engage the youth in Africa, I was telling someone else over lunch that the young engineers that we work with in Nigeria are so talented, and because building technology on mobile devices is native to them, it's what they know how to do. Believe it or not, in our global software delivery infrastructure, the best engineers that work on mobile devices are on the African continent in Nigeria. And when our clients are using our technology and they're amazed at what we're doing, it's because it's coming from here, from this place, because they're really good at doing that. And as we scale that team, I didn't realize that eventually, and it's a surprise to a lot of people, we employ the largest number of software engineers in Nigeria. I didn't even know that. It had happened before someone mentioned that to me. So what I am saying is there's a lot of value, there's a lot of quality, there's a lot of excellence that Africa is contributing to the world. And in our case, our clients are benefiting tremendously from that. And what we're focused on now is how we can scale that. I've shared with folks that I am looking to employ thousands and thousands and thousands of software engineers on the African continent. We don't need them just for what we need to do. I want to make sure they're trained, they're upskilled, and want to make sure they can work and go do work for lots of other organizations and strengthen that ecosystem. Because the future, this digital future for the African continent and the rest of the world that we're envisioning needs to be built by software engineers. And these are young people that have a natural affinity for that, so they need to be supported, we need to invest in them. And I think what you see matters. They need to see visions of success of people that have done similar work, that have gone on to great success, and realize that if he can do it, I can do it too. And I'll close on one very important point about how Africa contributes to the world. I left to go to college in the US at 16. I am proudly, very proudly African. I'm a product of the African continent, and the work that we've done in the technology space leads the world. You know, so there are lots of similar success stories about people that are from this continent, are world class about what they've done. And this has been an organization built in the US. We lead the market in the US and other parts of the world. So it's important that stories like this get out, so others like me and the millions and the hundreds of millions of the African continent know that if that guy can do it, certainly they can do it too.
Okay. Just think ahead. I'm hopefully going to have time to ask you, if you talk about this entrepreneurial ecosystem and how to do it, I'd like you to think about whether the AFCFTA in its current form provides that, and how do we actually turbo boost it? Because that's what we heard this morning. Not yet. Just to think about it, that'll be our next question. In the meantime, I'm going to turn to Mrs. Whitaker here. Now, you're recognized a leading expert when it comes to African trade, but also investment and business. You were one of the architects of AGOA, which comes to an end in 2025. What are the lessons learned so far from that time dealing with duty-free treatment of goods? Because that is part of you know, the AFCFTA, you want less friction, you want rules of origin, you know, this is movement of goods. What have you learned where you think, you know what, low-hanging fruit, you do this now and you'll see quick returns?
What I've learned is that the most important lesson I learned is that you don't need a lot of people to shift things. When we look at AGOA and that removed tariffs and quotas at the time, we were only 5 people that started this movement, 5 in the US and 5 in Africa, and we decided we wanted to do something. And the other thing that I've learned is that trade and market access is only a part of the equation. We got some good results, but we did not get the kind of transformation that we wanted. Because the truth of the matter is that Africa has, like you've said, an incredible demographic dividend. Today, as we sit here, 1 in every 3 children born in the world is African. By 2050, Africa will have more people of working age in their prime than China, Europe, and India combined. So will this be a demographic dividend or will it be a demographic disaster? That is the question today. Trade access is only a part, and I think is the small part, because we did our part, but there's so much more to do. Where the genius of transformation will come from is what Afreximbank is doing, is what you are doing. What you're doing is working, and what you're doing, combining demography with productivity. If we do not combine demography with productivity, we will not get the kind of transformation, we will not unlock the genius. And what I learned from AGOA, it's going to take market access, it's going to take the power of examples, it's going to take the kind of commitment that many of you are doing. It's going to take connections, it's going to take the global approach, it's going to take mobilizing resources. Because I'll end here, what has confused me about all these years in having a company, we have worked with some of the biggest companies in the world, bringing them into Africa, and now we're investing ourselves. The thing that troubles me probably the most, I don't think that we have a money problem in Africa. When I look at, according to the African Development Bank, Africa loses $150 billion a year due to corruption. When I look at illicit financial flows from corporations, it's costing $14 billion a year. When I look at, there's about $500 million left on the table from just inefficiencies. When I look at the fact that you have subsoil assets, the African Development Bank puts it at $6.2 trillion. Paul Collier says it's $28 trillion. The truth is we don't know because those assets have not been surveyed, and you cannot trust. I mean, commodity prices are not constant, but what we know for sure, we have a lot of capital. I am not even as concerned about African debt as some people are, because as long as the debt is used for productivity, the continent will be fine. So I think we need to mobilize all these strategies, all these ideas. Afreximbank has been an excellent catalyst for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Malai, lovely to have you on stage. I spent some time in Triangle, in the Low Veld in Zimbabwe. Yes. I'm really interested to know, you've been investing for around 20 years in African companies. Yeah. Why African companies? Wouldn't you have got quicker returns going away from the continent? What is it about Africa that excites you?
Look, I mean, when you look at the numbers, between now and 2030, 140 million new African consumers. By 2050, 800 million Africans entering the workspace. Within the next 27 years, 500 million people moving from the countryside into urban areas. I mean, there's nothing that provides an opportunity as big as that. And as you look at all the other markets, America is only going to have 25 million new people come into the market. The West, in terms of Europe, has got a declining market. China has only got 6 million people entering the market in the next 17 years. So if you look at the demographics, a quarter of the world's population will be in Africa by 2050. So where do you want to be investing in declining markets or in markets that are showing growth? Also, if you look at industrialization, there's such a dearth of industrialization. So the opportunity to beneficiate is significant. I'll look at just one product in which we invested, which was tobacco. It was a highly racialized industry in Zimbabwe. There were 5,000 white farmers growing 200 million kgs of tobacco, and it was all exported raw. We came in, we approached government to try and get to do contract farming of tobacco. It was 2 years, being labeled everything under the sun, but at the end of it, we got contracting, which now migrates 1,000 farmers into 150,000 farmers of mixed race. And the quantity of tobacco produced has grown 35%. But for me, what was the important part was that we're now able to work down the value chain and start manufacturing the end product. So Africa has always been an importer of finished goods and an exporter of raw material. And I think that's what we need to look at changing on the continent, because just looking in the tobacco sector, there's a 15 times value multiple between raw tobacco that we exported and cigarettes. So if you look at Zimbabwe with 1 billion of exports of tobacco, as cigarettes, that's $15 billion per annum. So those are the opportunities that we have on the continent. And if we start working on different value chains from an agro perspective, from an industrial perspective, I mean, what we can do in terms of the 2.7 trillion, I think we can very quickly leapfrog it to numbers much more significant. So Africa is the continent of the future.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Mr. Ocheredako now. And you work with the Africa Prosperity Network. When we're talking about prosperity, we've heard that there isn't a money problem on the continent. There are issues, though, with trickle-down, down to sort of the nation's citizens. What's happening? Why isn't that prosperity spreading out? It's going to have to. I mean, can the AFCFTA deliver that?
I think so. My understanding of capitalism is that, first of all, you have to have the capacity to capitalize on opportunities. And I think that's why education is important. Because once you educate the people, once you give them the skills and the ability to think beyond maybe their limitation, they themselves can do stuff for themselves. But then you say, how does it trickle down? We heard the story of Dangote. It took a president to see that he's a winner and to support him. Imagine if you share Dangote's wealth, which I don't know, but if you share it among 50 million Nigerians, I doubt it that after a month, you can feed them after a month. You can't. So I think it's important that we should not be afraid to aggregate wealth in the hands of people who can create wealth. And I think really it's important we do so, because that money could have trickled down and it would have just vanished. But because it was allowed to concentrate on a few hands, okay, hands that are productive, they managed to then industrialize. Because at the end of the day, if things are going to trickle down, there are about 2-3 things that we need to do. And I said the first one is education. So I think we should encourage governments to educate their people. It's expensive, but it's absolutely critical. The second thing is that if AFCFTA is to work, we must have things to sell to ourselves. Okay? And I would take the example in Ghana. And I think if that example is supported here in Ghana and even emulated across the continent, it will work. They have what they call one district, one factory concept. What happens is that you have a president who came with a vision that he wants to industrialize. But in order to industrialize, let's look at the raw materials in the various districts of the country and find a way to add value to them. But to do so, he was also lucky because the president before also brought in a law called the Ghana Exim Bank, or which created the Ghana Exim Bank, and which takes about 0.75% of what they call the Export Development Levy. So that goes straight into an Exim Bank, which then gives low credit, sort of interest rate credit to entities that wants to go into industries across the country. And within 4 or 5 years, they supported about 278 factories. 104 of them are working and have created over 150,000 direct and indirect jobs. So there must be a deliberate effort to industrialize. And that should come from policy and also the preparedness of the private sector to take advantage of those policies. So for me, yes, education is important. Yes, industrialization is important. But even when it comes to industrialization, what can Africa's corporate sector do? The rules of origin has been put in place by AFCFTA. But it means that we must be able to find the raw materials within the continent. And if we find a way for industries in various countries across the continent to find out what they are good at, what you have, and start talking to each other, okay? So for instance, I can get oil from Ghana. There's a refinery in Nigeria that I can send it to refine. Then we find a way to keep the value within the continent. So we must, and for me, I don't buy the argument that free trade within the continent can also hurt smaller economies. The smaller economies must find where their strengths are and then take advantage of the broader market. That's really where I think the focus should be. But don't think that, because I remember I was in one country, I won't mention it, in Central Africa, and they were skeptical about a single continental market concept. Because even though they have a large market or population, they haven't industrialized fast enough. But then I was saying to them, focus on the things that you have advantage in, or potentially you have advantage in, and then go that. So I believe that, look, the AFCFTA is the way to go, but in order for it to work for us, the private sector in Africa must own it. We cannot leave it to the politicians. Correct. They have done their work. But even in order for their work to work, we must own it. We must sit on the table, think together, plan together, work with them together to make it work. Because at the end of the day, if the rules say that you can set up a bank in Ethiopia, okay? But then the domestic rule in Ethiopia says that you must be Ethiopian in order to set up a bank in Ethiopia. Then you have a conflict between domestic law and then the continental law. How do we ensure that we harmonize our rules of engagement so that businesses can trade across borders and not face different rules and conflicting rules? Those are things that, but I think if we start talking as business, we'd let the politicians know that, look, we see the single continental market as the way to go for prosperity on our continent. And we engage them. I think it will work. And that is why we set up the Africa Prosperity Network. And the idea is that every year we have dialogues where we bring political leaders with business leaders to review what has been done in, if you like, implementing the AFCFTA project and what should be done to take it to the next level. And I think it's very important.
That'll be our next point of this session. So I wonder if you could all just bear that in mind. I know we're pushed for time, but Mr. Oto, you heard what was said there. So you have got the background of the World Bank, the AFDB. You've traveled extensively, the Exchange Commission for Nigeria. You're hearing what the entrepreneurs are saying. You're hearing what the academics are saying. Is that achievable?
Oh, absolutely, but only if we focus on doing and not talking. I think there's still a lot of talking
Do you know
on
what?
the continent.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. I know it's rude, but I don't know how many, I was part of the launch of the AFCFTA back in 2021 with my delightful colleague there, Mark. And I remember saying, you know, we've got to go past the talk, and the action. And we're still saying it now. In order to turbocharge, to deliver, what are the actions? Is there too much risk on the public side? Is there too much risk on the private side? How do we do it?
Well, so I think we need to look at what has worked. And one of my colleagues on the panel, I think it may have been Rose, or somebody talked about just looking at our examples. And if you think about what African corporates achieve, I mean, you can quote me anywhere. What they're able to achieve is phenomenal by any standards. I think it was McKinsey that said more than 300 companies today make $1 billion of revenue in Africa. And in 7 years' time, they can all add $500 billion to the wealth of this continent. What I'm looking to see is that the ambition that we've seen of people like Aliko, all of the large companies, that we can see them do what the Asian companies have done, which is advantage home base, springboard globally. And some of them are doing it. I was speaking to Mark earlier, and I was like, I mean, Olam, which everybody knows is an agro-processing, is a trading conglomerate with Chenrai, Chalarams, and others, was founded in Nigeria more than 100 years ago. But it's listed in Singapore, and people don't know that. Fast forward, Flutterwave, which started in Nigeria in 2016, has bought into 2 UK fintech companies. So we need to leverage the ambition that we've seen of many of these private sector leaders and see how we can do better with them. That's one. Second, they understand risk-taking on the continent. And when you understand risk-taking, you understand where people see risk, you see opportunity. And so what I want to see, and hopefully, and a lot has been done. I'm not trying to diminish what has been done. The AFCFTA can focus on truly breaking those boundaries. We need people to move more easily across the continent. We need people to work across the continent. I don't know how many people have an African Union passport. Can you raise your hands? The reason I ask is because that's the only way you can get around the continent without requiring either being part of a smaller free trade area or something. If we can just solve the problem of people being able to move and work everywhere, goods being able to move and work everywhere, services being able to move, we will accelerate what is going on the continent. I need to bring it home. You know, I speak finance all the time. Africa's wealth needs to be deployed in Africa. We're finding, thank you, you know, whether it's pension wealth, whether it's individual wealth, whether it's other institutional wealth, there's lots of wealth, but we're deploying it, buying very low return instruments around the world when the opportunities are on the continent. We don't have long-term financing because what keeps you as an entrepreneur, as big business, as a government, feeling comfort while you're investing is when you can get long-term finance. Long-term finance is still absent on the continent.
All right, thank you very, very much. I wonder, and I hate doing this because this is where it's getting really, really interesting. Could I have answers to 1 minute, 1 minute 30? Okay, so Mr. Olajide, I gave you a heads up. We're going to talk about ecosystems. You've traveled extensively. You've studied abroad. Is an entrepreneurial ecosystem currently here on the African continent, where did you see the most exciting and inspirational ecosystem for entrepreneurs? And from what you heard earlier, this is 1 minute 30, from what you heard earlier, can the AFCFTA deliver?
Great question. Two things that I want to talk about in response to your question is the need for more entrepreneurship, and you talked about that as well. So I am also chairman of a holding company on the African continent, and we invest in agriculture, hospitality, technology, fintech, and all that. And there's just so much opportunity in Africa, so much, because it's incredibly underserved. Africa is underserved in every category. Africa is an entrepreneur's dream. Africa is an entrepreneur's haven. And I've said this publicly, I wish I had been investing on the African continent a long time ago. That's my regret. I'm doing that actively now. And in the past year, we've deployed tens of millions of dollars of our own capital, all cash. You know, not even anything leveraged. I'm sure there'll be lots of things I will do much later on. Our own capital, and I cannot deploy them fast enough. The opportunities are there. It's there. But one thing that's important is this. You know, you talk about corporates and entrepreneurs. I guess an advantage that we have is we have the infrastructure of a global organization already, and the discipline and the rigor of deploying capital in an efficient manner and making it work. So that system exists already, and there's a pool of talent globally. So there are massive, massive opportunities in Africa. Africa is underserved in every category. If you know the terrain and you want to bring your capital, this is the place to be. And as far as people saying, well, what are all the government issues there? Look, any serious corporate or entrepreneur, you get involved in public policy issues because you want to help protect the investments that you're making. That's just prudent ways of doing business. That's basic. So that's how I think about it. And then the last point that I'll make is this. There's a sense of pride that entrepreneurs need to have. Entrepreneurs are the ones that will build Africa. It's entrepreneurs that will build, entrepreneurs build societies. And I tell people all the time, yes, I'm an entrepreneur. I want massive returns on my investment at all times. But I'll make one point. Look, if the return on my investment will be 10%, just put the capital in and pull it out. Will I take 9% or 8% or 7% to see societies thrive and have this place be more conducive overall? Yes, I believe that business is a force for good. Okay. So beyond making profits, businesses should make societies better. And I think that sense of responsibility that entrepreneurs have will make a difference on the African continent.
Thank you. Mrs. Whitaker, we've heard about entrepreneurs and the environment. So I was looking through an index and ranking, and obviously I want to draw on the US experience. US came as number one for entrepreneurial support. Second was Rwanda in terms of the African continent. Globally, it was the US. Then we had, South Africa on the African continent, Rwanda, Morocco, Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana was seventh. What is it? Those figures may have changed, depends where you are looking, and I'm open to that discussion. But what is it about the US that allows, in terms of policy, is there anything that can be taken there that could be applied to the African continent? We want to deliver the AFCFTA.
Well, let me just be brief with that. I think one of the most important things that we did in the U.S., we delivered on the security front. We are a large integrated market, so when you talk about integrated market, our states were integrated, we're connected, but also we invested in research and development based on our comparative and competitive advantage. And we did it in agriculture. And I think that is where Africa's comparative and competitive advantage is in agriculture, value addition agriculture, and also seizing opportunities from this new green economy.
Okay, just very quickly, just to follow up on that. So obviously that's a country, we're now talking a continent, you know, we have ASEAN, we have the EU. Is that where things become unstuck, when you're bringing all 52 plus countries together?
Because I think you have to be organized internally in order to connect externally. Okay.
Okay.
So we were organized, and that's why we were able then to have a North American free trade area and connect with Canada, connect Mexico, and we're doing it globally. We have a lot of work to do, but Africa has more natural advantages and opportunities than America has ever had, in my view.
Thank you very much. Mr. Malloy, obviously entrepreneurship, private sector, we heard earlier that it's entrepreneurs and the private sector should own the space. Yep. That is key to delivering on the AFCFTA. But according to you, Africa has the wrong sort of entrepreneurs. What do you mean by that?
Well, you know, we've developed a necessity entrepreneur, which is an entrepreneur who has to sell tomatoes on the sides of the street, cola on the side of the street. But we haven't created opportunity entrepreneurs who are intentional about what they're investing in, who are intentional about building value chains, who are intentional about building digitization, who are intentional about building, agriculture. So until we have more Dancotes who actually look and say, what are we going to do with petroleum in terms of developing it into multi-products, we'll continue to face the challenges we face. So really, where I take that is, if we look at the free trade, we have a great opportunity or we have a great threat. And the opportunity comes from investing in local entrepreneurs so that the FTA creates local industrialization. Because the risk we have is we're going to have foreigners invest in Africa, and Africa will remain the chattels. They will remain the laborers, and they will not actually benefit from the FTA. So it's important that it's entrepreneurial-led, and institutions like Afreximbank intentionally invest in champions in various sectors to make sure that AFCA-FTA is a success.
Thank you very much indeed. Moving on to Mr. Archere-Darko, I want to go back to policy very quick. I know it's a huge subject, but why does it take so long to get policy changes, to get things in place? You know, could you just give us a very brief insight?
Well, I think if it's owned by politicians alone, they're not necessarily in a hurry. So, of course, I mean, elections sometimes force them to be in a hurry. But I think, but I think a typical example is the Malabo Declaration of 2014. They committed to 10% of their expenditure going into agriculture. So by 2025, we can triple intra-Africa trade in agriculture and services. I have a little think tank called Danko Institute. We did some analysis. First of all, only by 3 years ago, I don't know about now, only 7 countries had actually, if you like, domesticated the declaration. 2, majority of the countries were using less than 5%. In most cases, around 1% of the expenditure on agric. You know, so it's really about the lack of commitment. And if the lack of commitment is not there, who will ensure that that commitment is there? And I think really a big chunk of it, yes, policies will speak. Because at the end of the day, if we say we are going to have free movement of people, goods, and services, and yet Ghanaian traders will cry foul if Nigerians come and establish shops here, then we have a problem. Of course, we see that in South Africa as well. You know, so really, yes, there's policy, but also there's also a mindset. How do we see ourselves? Because when you are in Europe, they don't necessarily ask you which part of the continent you come from. You know, and when you're black, wherever you are, so long as the continent remains where it is, you will not be respected. I'm sorry, but that's how it is. So we should begin to see the whole as a big chunk of ours, that we are part of the whole, that Africa's destiny and prosperity is linked to our individual well-being. And our individual well-being is linked to the what? Prosperity of Africa as a whole. So I believe that, yes, policy matters, but at the end of the day, first is our mindset. Do we see ourselves as Africans first? And do we see it as an advantage? Because there is an advantage if we see beyond the borders. Those borders were not done by ancestors. In most cases, they were not. Okay? So if we see ourselves beyond those borders and think that, look, you have something of value that I want. I have something of value that you want. How do we aggregate? If we look at it, and you know, now they talk about the critical minerals. Just 30 seconds. The critical minerals.
Right.
The critical minerals or the green minerals are here in Africa. Okay? We have an opportunity to change the rules so that we maintain more of it here. A typical example is lithium. Okay? It costs about 120 million to set up a lithium and start production. Yet the 10 billion that we calculate that one concession will earn in 10 years. Ask yourself how much of that will be in Ghana. So those are the things that I think we have to look at.
Well, I'm going to put that question to your colleague sitting beside you, looking ahead. You know, how do the figures stack up for the AFCFTA? How long do you think realistically it will take? We've heard that people are being impatient. You know, this is not something...
Impatience is good.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Carry on.
No, I was just going to, as he was speaking, I was just reflecting on policy is extremely important because knowing how you're doing and everybody understanding and engaging is important. But, you know, execution eats everything for breakfast. So my own sense of where we should be is to say, we'll take a few things, promise to deliver them in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years, and deliver them. Rosa talked about the connectivity of the United States. If we deliver connectivity of this continent, whether digitally, by the way, I think that one of the things we've done and entrepreneurs have led is really leveraging technology. But on the public side, we haven't provided the anchor, the foundation, to make sure that we can truly leverage technology. So some logistics and just moving things. If we can take some major projects as AFCFTA projects, that would be amazing. If we can focus on R&D as well, and I feel like I'm echoing Rosa, so that things are actually homegrown, things are the things that focus on the needs of the continent. So policy, yes, engagement, bring us all together is good, but execution, let's have some examples that we can celebrate in a year's time, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time.
Okay, well, there's a promise. Hopefully I'll be with you in a year's time or 5 years' time to go through those examples. I want to thank my panel hugely for this event. Hang on. Now, I know some of you reinvested your first paycheck. Could I just have a show of hands? Who reinvested their first salary, age 10, 11 to 14? Hands up. Was that candy tasty?
Yeah. It's more entrepreneurship in Africa.
But I didn't reinvest it because I wanted to. My parents insisted.
Oh, fantastic. There you go. So, Mr. Niyi-John Olajide, Mr. Adam Molai, Mrs. Rosa Whitaker, and Gabby Asare Oteche Darko, and Mr. Ruma Ote. It's been a huge pleasure. Can I have a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and a round of applause for Lukwesa Burak of the BBC. Wonderful end to a very, very full day. The first day of 3 days, of course. But for those of you in the hall here, you've certainly earned this. You are welcome to the Akwaba cocktail reception at the Kempinski Hotel this evening. It starts at about in 30 minutes at 7 p.m. and shuttle buses will shuttle you to the Kempinski Hotel. If you go out, straight out the doors, the ushers will direct you to the shuttle buses to the Akwaba cocktail reception. Tomorrow morning, please be back here early. 8 a.m. if you can be, to grab your seat for the opening ceremony, where we have several heads of states, including not just from across the continent, but from the diaspora. The Prime Minister of Barbados, for example, Mia Mottley, will be joining us. I'll be back here bright and early, but for now, that concludes day one of the Afreximbank Annual Meetings 2023.
Energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
The vision of the government of Ghana is to develop a modern integrated railway system to boost economic development through the Ministry of Railways Development. As a result, the innovative Ghana Western Railway Corridor project will deliver a 299-kilometer railway. Ghana Railway Company Limited has appointed the Thilo DB Consortium as railway manager, which combines international expertise with local knowledge. Afreximbank, as the mandated lead arranger, will arrange the financing towards project preparation and implementation and support project structuring through advisory and syndication services. The project will create more than 5,000 direct and 50,000 indirect local jobs. It will lower transport costs by 30% and reduce pollution, enable efficient transport of minerals and commodities, boosting Ghana's foreign exchange revenues by at least $950 million per annum. Enhance the safety and reliability of transport, improve regional connectivity, exemplifying how innovative financing and partnerships can reshape trade infrastructure in Africa.